Yeah.
Okay, all good, all good, all good.
Good morning, members. Good morning, Chairperson.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Maglua. Morning, Chair.
Yes, I can hear you. Do we have a quorum? I see people are very happy to greet.
Yes, we have a quorum, Chair.
We'll start just in a second. I just want to switch off the kettle. I wanted to have coffee. Sorry. Good morning, honorable members, and welcome to everyone present in this very important meeting. I am going to ask the Portfolio Secretary to flight the agenda in order for us to approve the business of the day. The Portfolio Secretary, honorable members, as you can see, we are only dealing with one issue, and that is a briefing by the department, as well as also pertaining to the MGE funding, including the 2025-2026 MGE Open Call. Following that presentations and briefings, we will have deliberations and closure. This is the only item on today's agenda. May I wish everyone well. And members, I can't see the hands as because of the agenda in front of me. Feel free to, those who want to propose and also second the business of the day so that we can start with this meeting. Any proposal to proceed?
Honorable
Chairperson, I'll propose.
Honorable Mataung is the proposal, and Honorable Potgieter second that. Thank you very much. Is there any apologies for this particular meeting, Portfolio Secretary?
Good day, Chairperson. Good day, members. Yes, we do have an apology from the Minister. He's indicated that he will be undertaking official international engagements from 28 May to 27 June, and will therefore be out of the country during this period. Also, Chair, we have an apology from the DM. The DM is in the reunion is out of the country as well on government business from the 2nd to the 8th of June, Chair. Thank you.
Anything from the department? My apologies.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you, and good morning to the honorable members in the meeting. Good morning to the panel members that are present in the meeting. On our side, Chair, we have the whole MGE team that works within the department, except for the manager for MGE. She's writing exams today, but the rest of the team and her seniors are in the meeting, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kumalo. Any other apologies from colleagues from your members? If none, let me start with this very important meeting. Thank you for that, Dr. Kumalo. Honorable members, as we engage here today, we all are aware that we will deal with the Mzansi golden economy, better known as MGE, and we will also deal with funding reports pertaining to the 2025 and 2026, as well as the 2026 and 2027 financial year. There are indeed a few issues and concerns and observations that I would like to share with this meeting and with particular members that will advance us when we are going to elaborate. And these issues are very, very much central, as you know, that our role is oversight. So these issues is very central to our oversight role. Members, the MGE has made, huge attempts to support the cultural and creative industries, but we must ensure as a collective that these distribution of funds are, equally shared across the regions, not only across the regions, also across communities. And as a committee, we would like to have transparency in this regard. Issues that has been raised in the past in this particular platform was the selection processes that is very critical to building trust and also widening access for the culture sector outside, especially for the emerging ones and also grassroots practitioners who often feel excluded, as we can follow through social media. Sustainability is another pressing issue when it comes to this. Short-term, once-off grants provided, immediate relief, as we're all aware, but also it does not allow enterprises to grow or plan for the long term. We should encourage the department also to consider multi-year funding and investment in the cultural infrastructure that can strengthen the sector over time. I also note that the revision of work streams, while streamlining may have benefit, the removal of public arts, as a standalone stream, risk losing impact at the community level, where art beautifies public spaces and fosters participation. Likewise, honorable members, limiting touring ventures to international tours may overlook opportunities to build domestic audiences that strengthen the local markets. But honorable members, we must also confront the reality of the numbers. For the 2025-2026 open call, only 1,088 applications complied with requirements, yet only 134 were approved. That means 954 qualifying projects were left unfunded. Similarly to that, in 2026-2027, 1,760 projects met the criteria. 1,760 of them, they met the criteria. But only 100 received funding, leaving over 1,500 projects without any support, which obviously, honorable members, which is of great concern. This is not just a shortfall, it is a crisis that we are actually facing within the art sector. We must also reflect on the adjudication processes, which is, I think, also one of the main reasons why we are here, Honorable Khabo. Questions remains about how the panel was appointed, whether there was interviews, whether interviews was conducted, applications, whether it was advertised, and also the remuneration procedures. How was that determined? Transparency in governance, honorable members, in this particular sector is non-negotiable, and funds allocated to panels cost could arguably be better directed towards artists themselves. I remember, Dr. Kumalo, that a list of all of these spendings has been sent to members at some time. And I must say some of the figures that has been paid out, you know, to some of these officials really raised the eyebrows. So finally, monitoring and evaluation must be strengthened. We need clear indicators to measure whether these investments are truly creating jobs. And I think that is important for us, whether it is, you know, in line with our transformation targets, and also whether it is expanding our audiences. Without robust reporting, honorable members, it's very difficult to assess whether the program is achieving its stated objective. In conclusion, our role, honorable members, is not only to oversee how these monies are being dispersed, you know, it is also for us to ensure, and this is our important role in this meeting today, that MGE builds a resilient ecosystem. That is important for us. Once that has been done, we can say that yes, indeed, we are empowering the artists out there. We are transforming our communities out there, and we also contribute meaningfully to the South Africa's economy. We also say, Dr. Kumalo, that the department must reconsider the funding model, improve transparency, and we would like to hear in this particular meeting, you know, whether there is some recommendations and ideas from the department also, and we also believe that we should find ways to expand that support, because the current approach, you know, living, as you can see and hear and watch the social media, it leaves quite a number of artists unhappy. I'm also aware, and I must stress this, that we cannot keep everyone happy. We only are limited to a certain limited of funds. And but the fact of the matter is the stability within the sector, and also the fact that people are unhappy. I think that needs to be addressed. With that said, honorable members, thank you so much. I'm now going to call upon the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture to proceed with their presentation.
Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much. And once again, allow me to greet yourself and the honorable members and colleagues. Perhaps, Chair, with your permission, as we introduce our presentations, can I just indicate that we have divided the presentations into three. We will try and not take too much time in going through these three presentations. The panel members are present with the current panel, MGE panel led by Ms. Gabriela Abrams, who's present in the meeting. She would lead the presentation that is coming from the panel itself, because they felt they needed to also present to the portfolio committee their perspective, which we agreed to as a department. Also, the former panel, which was led by Steve Mutale, is also present in the meeting. They have also prepared their own presentation, which they have requested an opportunity to present. So those are the three presentations. Chair, we will just go through quickly, starting with the presentation that would be presented by the department led by the acting DDG, Mr. Tsanyane. Chair, I see you switching on. Let me pause.
Yeah, Dr. Kumalo, I'm very happy with the process in the way how we're going to listen to the various angles of this particular important issue. I'm also happy that Mr. Steve Mutale almost, you know, received a very famous name now, is also yet to make that presentation. But with all of that said, I remember in our last meeting, there were some members absent. There were no apologies made for the entourage of Mr. Steve Motale. So I would like to take it for granted that those being absent in the previous meeting, they are all present in this particular meeting. If we can get that assurance, because I remember that there was a grave concern among members on the absenteeism of some of those board members. I am very happy that a particular Mr. Mutale, who actually drove the process in the past, is present here today. But it will be a very good thing to see that those that has been entrusted with the monies of the public, all of them are here. Can we get that
Thank you.
assurance?
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I allow the chairpersons, Chair, to then talk to that? I have been advised of who would be present in the meeting, but I would rather, through you, allow them to present. It's two panels, Chair. Can I emphasize that? It's the current panel and the former panel that you are referring to that falls under Mr. Mutale. So if you are allowing me to allow the chairperson's chair to talk to that and perhaps introduce their members.
Or maybe let's do that,
can you allow
Dr.
that,
Kumar.
Chair? Thanks.
Dr. Kumalo, maybe we can do that at the time when they're going to start their presentations. And if there is someone absent, there will then be an opportunity to call them so that they can join. Because I remember there were members that were also, starting a new job and could not be present. But I'll suggest let's proceed with this presentation. In the meantime, we can have those in charge requesting members that is absent to join us before we come to their presentation. Thank you. Please proceed, Dr. Kumalo.
Okay. No, thank you, Chair. We will follow your direction and your directive. Mr. Tanyane, if you could please take the committee through the department's presentation. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Chair, may I just check if I'm audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning once again to you, Chair. Good morning to honorable members. Good morning, DG, and colleagues. I'm just going to take you through the presentation by the department on the MGE funding for the 2025-26 as well as 26-27. The presentation starts with the preface, Chair, as it was done previously on the MGE strategy, its genesis when it started, which is in 2011, and also that there were consultations which were to look to generate a high-level problem statement and develop a strategy to make specific proposals, including new large-scale intervention focusing on the creative and cultural industries. Now, the purpose of MGE was to make the strategic investment to optimize the economic benefit of the arts in South Africa, and by improving investment in key areas of the creative economy, it was anticipated that job creation and productivity would enable and enhance, and the sector global's competitiveness will be increased. There are work streams that were then created under MGE, which is the Cultural and Creative Projects, CCIPs, which support employment and providing work, job or gig opportunities, as well as promoting local economic development and social inclusion, as well as cultural diversity. The second one is the touring ventures, which would support the cultural and creative products touring to develop and explore new markets and provide employment opportunities for the CCI practitioners. We also have the provincial flagship, where provincial flagship projects are submitted per the recommendation of the provincial departments. So each province then nominates in writing the cultural events as flagship projects to be supported under MGE. We also have
Just a second. I note that I don't know whether it's part still of the introductory remarks, but there's no movement on the slides. Same problem as last week.
Chair, I'm on the slide that is titled MGE work streams. I'm not
Yeah,
sure
I
if that
think
is
we do
visible.
have a problem. We are on your first slide. I hope it's not only me.
Is it
No,
the
Chair,
same
it's
for
not
all?
just you. It's not just you, Chair. I'm assuming it's all of us because I'm experiencing the same problem.
Thank you,
Right.
Honorable Daniels.
Can I just unshare and start again? Because I'm already on slide number 3. Is there any movement? I'm trying to move the slides.
No, it
No, there's
moves.
no movement from our side.
It moves
No
in
movement.
the same way we allocated funds to.
Can I just unshare maybe? At least I caught the joke there, Chair. Uh, Still not.
Not yet.
Let me stop sharing. Let me just start again. Apologies for that. Is there anything visible now, Chair?
That's the first page.
Second page. No, it's
Yet.
I don't know whether it's probably because I'm on.
There we go. It's moving now.
Okay. Can I then maybe not do the slideshow? Because maybe that's the problem. I don't know.
Yes.
I was on slide number 3 where I was speaking about the work streams of MGE, and I was under the community arts centers. Is that visible, Chair? If you can confirm.
It is now visible.
Thank you. I was at community arts centers that there is also under MGA a program that supports the program taking place in the community arts centers in all 9 provinces, and that is to promote access to cultural facilities and community arts centers and participation in arts, culture, and heritage programs. The following one speaks to the target groups, which is where funding is specifically targeting the target groups, which is the women and artists with disabilities, to mainstream meaningful involvement and participation of these groups in the CCI sector. The next one would be the Art Bank, where the purchasing of artworks from South African visual artists, particularly emerging artists, to lease and sell the artworks to South African government departments, private companies, and private individuals. We also have the legacy projects in the name of the Fantuka, which is a program that honors and celebrates legends while still alive. There's also a Living Legends Legacy, which is an organization of creatives that are old, who are 70 years old and older, that contributed immensely to the sector worldwide. The following slides talks to human capital development, which is also to address the gaps in capacity within the arts, culture, and heritage sectors, and financially supports academies, incubators, and innovation hubs. The next layer would be the research and statistics, whereby the South African the South African Cultural Observatory, which is the research arm for the sector, supports the collection and analysis of data to champion evidence, influence policy, and share insights. The last one would be the early stages and startup investment, where we look at the debut fund, which is a mentoring program at an early stage or startup level, which is designed to provide information and skills development to emerging artists in all 9 provinces. The next slide, Chair, just talks of the impact that has been observed for MGE, that the department recognizes that the CCI sector contributes to the economy, and if adequately supported, it can have greater impact. And since its inception in 2011, MGE has significantly contributed to social sustainability through social cohesion, job creation, audience exposure, and training. That is evidenced by the SACO report, which was produced in 2022. We also allude to the fact that the MGE funding activities are hosted in all 9 provinces, which meets the criteria for geographical distribution, and there also have been positive spillover benefits to other related sectors such as tourism, environment, and manufacturing. Now, I will then move to the 2026, start with the 2026-27 MGE Open Call. The 2026-27, apologies for the typo there on the first row, Chair. It's 2026-27 MGE Call was open on the 5th of December 2025 and closed on the 1st of February 2026. The applications for the MGE are accessed, or applications are done through the SITA government portal, which is listed there, e-services portal. And the open call covers the 2 MGE work stream, which is the cultural and creative projects, CCI projects, there who are eligible for a maximum grant of 2 million rand. And its aim is to support the national large and medium scale cultural and creative initiatives that create job opportunities for skilled practitioners, creatives, and artists, and contribute to local economic development. The second work stream is touring ventures with a maximum grant of 1 million. And this is to support national solo tours and international touring ventures. The adjudication panel was appointed in line with the ACPD funding model and transfer policy on the 28th of January 2026. The panel then met in blocks from the 23rd of February. So they met from the 23rd to the 25th, again in March 9 to 15 and 22 to 27 of March 2026 and 7 to 10 April of 2026. These are the profiles of the adjudication panel, Chair. Allow me not to go through every line on it, but the chairperson of the current panel is Ms. Gabriela Abrahamse, who is chairing this panel, and the credentials are listed there. As a person who is a music specialist and media strategist with over 15 years of experience. The second panelist is Mr. Henry Philemon, who is an award-winning South African jazz guitarist, producer, and songwriter. The third one is Ms. Joyce Mkati, who is an established arts administrator and operations executives with over 2-decade experience in high-level arts administration. The next one is Mr. Wilfred Aplon, excuse the typo there, Chair, who is a seasoned musician and producer with a profound legacy in the South African entertainment landscape. The last member who was Mr. Melvin Matthews, who sadly, when the panel was still busy with the adjudication, passed on in April 2026. So we thought that we should include him here, although he's no longer with us. He was affectionately known as Mr. Weekend Special, described as one of the South Africa's unsung heroes, a legendary South African songwriter, producer, and performer whose creative genius helped define the sound of township pop. May his soul rest in peace. The numbers. I'm coming to the statistics now, Chair, in terms of the numbers that were received. There was a total of 2,639 applications which were received through the open call, utilizing the e-services portal. Touring ventures, we had 273, while CCIP was 2,366. When when it was assessed, the compliant applications number was 1,760, and non-compliant was 879. So those would be the applications that when there are documents missing in line with the MGE guidelines, those will then be rejected by the system as non-compliant if they have not included all the required documentation. In terms of the approvals, the panel recommended for funding 22 touring venture projects and 81 CCIP projects. The total amount of the approved projects, it amounted to 54,039,400, which divided between the two for touring ventures was 12,562, and the CCIP 41,477,400. The next slide, Chair, is just the comparisons in graphical forms of the previous call, where we see that in 2026 there was a slight decrease as opposed to 26, as well as the approvals as well. The blue, sorry, I'm colorblind. I would say the blue it depicts the received, while the orange in my eyes it depicts the approved projects. The 2025-26 Chair, as I move on, is the one that was presented previously. Also on this one, which was opened on the 8th of November 2024 and closed on the 10th of January 2025, following a month-long extension. And these were also accessed through the e-services portal. Similarly, here only two work streams are funded through the open call, which is the CCIP and the touring ventures. At that time, there was a revised MGE open call with the recommendation from the MGE adjudication panel, the department in consultation with the minister. There was a decision taken to broaden the scope of MGE to allow greater participation, access, and public fairness. The call for funding was then announced on the 20th of March 2025 with revised, simpler criteria, reverting to the short-term and once-off projects that the sector was accustomed to, and application for CCIP for the initial call were cancelled. Applications for the revised MGE also covered two work streams, and these were then submitted manually at designated locations in all 9 provinces through a specified email address, and that was done between the 10th and the 12th of April 2025. All CCIP applicants were then advised to reapply based on the revised criteria. In this case, the touring ventures results were announced because it was done to accommodate those who had already secured international platforms. The panel was appointed in line with the ACPD funding as well, and that happened on the 19th of December 2024. Their job, as stipulated there, Safe to say, for the initial call, the panel met in blocks 25 to 29 January, 9 to 13 February, and 23 to 27 February. For the revised call, the block meetings were held on 29 May to 2 June, and 5 to 10 June, 16 to 20 June, 22 to 29 June, and 27 August. These are the names. I'm not going to go through them, Chair. The names of the panel, which has appeared here before, which was led by Mr. Steve Mutale. And then in terms of the statistics, a total of 2,180 applications were received for the initial call. That was the call made, which was an online application where touring ventures were 281. NCCIP was 1,899. In terms of compliance, 1,450 were found to be compliant and 730 were non-compliant. In terms of the approval, touring ventures, 18 were approved. CCIPs were discontinued at that stage. And at that stage, recommended 555 projects, and the value was 191,670. 191,670,000. That was the value, not the amount given. In terms of the revised call, a total number of 2,823 was received, and for touring ventures was 139, and the CCIP was 2,684. Compliant projects or applications was 1,088, while non-compliant was 1,735. The approvals were 9 for the touring venture and 125 for the CCIPs. And this is a comparison in the next slide, also depicted in a graphical form, where the comparisons are made in terms of the numbers. And as you members would see that 2024-25 was 1,587, and there was an increase in 2025-26 where 2,823 was received. This is still the comparison in terms of the received and the approved application. In 2025, there was an increase, 25-26, because there was 152 out of the 2,823 that was received. And in terms of the project update for the 25-26, these are the statistics of the projects from the 152. We then had 11 projects which were withdrawn for various reasons. Could be that a project was the documentation was not proper. Could be that a project did not have like what the directors or one of the directors were non-South African. So 11 in total were withdrawn and funding was not given. To date, the first tranche that was paid to the projects, there were 141 projects that received their first tranche, which is 27 touring ventures and 114 CCIP. The total value in rands paid in the first tranche was 83,512,492 rand and 80 cents. The total amount paid for the second tranche, meaning those are the projects that then complied in terms of reporting and then approved for payment for their second tranche, was 86, and that is 21 touring ventures and 65 CCIP, and the value for that was 10,742,599. The total number of outstanding second tranches at the time of submission of the report was 38, whereby 4 touring ventures were still outstanding and 34 CCIP were outstanding. And the value in rands for that outstanding second tranche is 11,165,599 and 40 cents. There are defaulters that were there. There's 17 of them. Those are the projects that have failed to report for them to be given the second tranche, and that is 17, 2 touring ventures and 15 CCIP, and those are then classified under those projects that have to be followed up by the department, also involving our legal services where there is a need. Total number of successful appeals, there were appeals that were received, and out of the appeals that were granted, there's 7 that has been catered for, under which were all CCIPs at 2.8 million. Outstanding amount for the second tranche for the appeal is 7 CCIPs at the amount of 700,000. Now, the appeals committee, as I've spoken before, the total number of appeals that was received was 106, and total number of appeals that were not successful was 98. Only 8 appeals were successful. However, one of the appeals then was found to be non-compliant, and the funding did not proceed. Hence, we're reporting on the 7th. And the total value allocated for the successful appeal was 4 million. And the committee above, Chair, is a committee that is an internal committee looking at appeals. The chairperson, it was chaired by myself, in line with the ACPD funding policy, where it specifies that a chair shall be the DDG for Arts, Culture, or Acting. And then there are other members that were appointed also to be members of the panel, which is Advocate Dennis Make, who is the Deputy Director at Archives, Mr. Solemnisi, Deputy Director at Language Services, and Mr. Sabolo Kumalo, Deputy Director Arts and Design. Chair, I think for the department, we have come to the end of the presentation, and therefore would then leave the floor for the other presentations. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sibusiso. The next presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sibusiso, are you going to continue screening for the panel members? We are going to start, Chair, with Ms. Abrahamson, the chair of the current panel.
Sorry, Gigi. Can I just look? They are not open on my screen. Can you give me time?
No problem. No problem. I'll check if I can share. Just give me 2 seconds.
You can proceed.
Am I sharing?
It appeared. Proceed.
Can everybody see?
Please proceed.
Okay. So, good morning, honorable members and chairperson. Welcome to the 2026-2027 MGE panel report. So, firstly, we as the panel, we were appointed on the 29th of January 2006 during the 2026-2027 call.
Ms. Abrams,
Yes, sir.
before you go any further, everyone is present.
Everyone is present. Yes,
Thank
from
you,
my
sir.
panel.
Yes, thank you so much. Proceed. Yeah, after your presentation, we would love them to just switch on their
Cameras and have an
video.
introduction.
Yes, but you can do it after this.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Noted. Thank you. So the panel was adjudicated. Okay, so an induction was held on the 23rd of February 2026, with the first sitting of adjudication happening from the 23rd to the 25th of February. Mr. Melvin was still present with us during the sitting. It was explained before applications reached the adjudication level that a significant percentage were disqualified by the department for non-compliance and not meeting minimum requirements. The adjudication process once again was held through the government services, eservices.gov. 1,660 applications were received through this portal. Applications were adjudicated based on the MGE guidelines that have been published. An application must satisfy the published guidelines to be recommended. For an application to be recommended and approved, it requires a majority collective recommendation, not just one individual adjudicator's view. The panel worked in blocks of weeks. The open call adjudication dates were the 23rd to the 25th of February for our first sitting, from the 9th to the 15th of March, from the 22nd to the 27th of March, and then the last one was from the 7th to the 10th of April. A total number of 22 touring ventures and 81 CCIP ventures with a value of 54,039,400 were recommended for support. The touring ventures that were recommended totaled 12,562,000. The CCIP projects that were approved totaled 41,477,400. The outcomes of the recommended projects reflected the independent findings of ourselves, the 2026-2027 panel. We acknowledge that no project qualified for a R1 million award. However, the submitted proposals did not meet the collective criteria, the comprehensive criteria required to justify giving them the higher grants. To ensure the integrity of the panel elected to scale the awarding in direct proportion to the level of detail and compliance demonstrated in the proposals presented. The key issues that were identified during the applications. For touring ventures, we noted a number of inadequate invitation letters, failure to meet the minimum requirement by the MGE guidelines. We also found some were out of scope for non-creative activities, for talks, social issues without showcasing artists. There were inflated budgets. For the CCIP projects, the main issues and non-recommendations were the projects were out of scope. The timing of the project started before the 2026 May, despite the guidelines stating that it only starts the 2026 May. Out of scope proposals, non-creative activities aligned with clusters stimulated in the guidelines, not aligned with intent, mainly focused on upskilling, workshops, and training youth, people with disabilities, instead of creating job and opportunities for these artists to perform their crafts and artworks for an income. The key issues identified continue. The budget allocated issues. Artists were allocated minimum funds while management companies absorbed majority of the funds. The budgets had lack of detail. They were presented as lump sums instead of being broken down as per job detail. Excuse me?
No, continue, ma'am.
Please proceed. I think someone's phone message went off. You
Oh,
may
sorry
proceed.
about that. Thank you. Capital expenditure, requests for equipment like cars, outside scope things were requested. Operational costs, applications sought out rent, salaries, overheads with minimum benefits to artists. So a lot of them have been misaligned. We also noted quite a few copy and paste applications. Same proposal with the change of name and company with the project name, but everything else is exactly the same. The challenges that we faced. One of our panel members unfortunately succumbed to an illness during the adjudication. During the adjudication process, it was observed that numerous applications inflated their line item costs, posing a challenge for the panel to justify awarding at or near to the maximum available threshold. Determining the value of art is hereditary complex. As panel members, we weigh the creativity quality against the set of criteria. Everybody sees creativity differently. For example, a book publishing applicant was asking for 62,450 Rand, while another one was asking 500,000 for a similar project. The panel noted that known famous people, popular practitioners, submitted inadequate applications that did not meet the requirements as per the guidelines despite their known talent. In conclusion, the panel was required to apply the criteria with diligence and thoroughness to ensure fair and effective distribution of funds. The panel application of criteria ensured fairness, transparency, and a maximum impact within the constrained budget. The panel followed the guidelines while deliberately seeking broad presentation, including projects led by women and people with disabilities. Thank you, everybody, for your time. And I would like to show my face. Can everybody see me? Let's stop sharing first. Let's stop sharing.
Let's do this. You can put on your video and just the name, surname, and the position. Other members can follow suit.
I don't know what's going on with my video. It doesn't seem to be showing. Select the camera.
You can proceed. We'll go to the next person.
Okay. My name is Gabriella Abramsa, and I'm the chairperson of the 26-27 MGE panel. Over to my next member. Mr.
Gabriela,
Ploon?
can you indicate who's next so that we don't cause confusion? Apologies,
Yes.
Chair. Just indicate
sorry,
who's next.
I'm here.
Can we go?
Henry.
Can we go, Mr. Ploon, Mr.
Hi, my
Henry, and then Ms. Thandi?
Hi, my name is Wilfred Aploon. I'm from Durban, and I was appointed to adjudicate the panel for the 2026 and 27.
Sorry, Chairperson.
Can the person
Wilfred, can we put a face to the name?
Please, Chair.
Okay.
My apologies.
Camera.
Thank you, Honorable Khabu.
Good morning, panel. Good morning, honorable members. My name is Wilfred. I'm here in Durban, and I was appointed to adjudicate the panel for 2026 and 27 of the MGE. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next member.
Mr. Henry.
Good morning, honorable members. I'm Henry Fullerman, and I'm appointed as an educating member of the panel 2026-2027. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Thandi?
Good morning, panel. Good morning, members. My name is Thandegile Joyce Mqadi, the panel member for MGE 26-27. Thank you.
Can you switch on your video?
Oh. Find what's going on. Can you see me?
Not yet.
No, it don't. Yours is doing the same thing mine did.
Oh, wow.
That shows that it taking a picture to the front. Are you on your phone?
No, I'm on my laptop. Let me try again.
There we go.
Can you see me? Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is Sandile Joyce Mqadi. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next person, Ms. Abrams, indicated.
That concludes us also. That's our panel member.
How many are you?
We are 4 and 1 panel member that passed away.
Okay, 5. The previous one was 6. Dr. Kumalo, the next presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's the 25-26 panel led by Mr. Steve Mutale. I would like to hand over to him.
I'm going to do it the other way around with Mr. Mutale. If that panel also can introduce themselves as well. I'm doing this because ever since we met, I think in all of these meetings, Mr. Mutale was present, and that's much appreciated. We met at, I think, in February the 10th, if I'm not wrong. There were only 4 out of the 6 members present. We met again sometime in September, the 5th of September. There were only 2 members present in this particular meeting. When I switched on my gadget, I saw another absenteeism of former members in this meeting. And that's why I created an opportunity, Dr. Kumalo, for those individuals to be called. Because we must remember, you know, all of us, even public representatives, we are members, and we receive stipends and salaries and everything. And we must be accountable, because these things are going along with money. And we cannot have a situation where we as members have an oversight and people are absent. And the same applies for the department. There are individuals that we don't even know of the former panels. You must go look at that list. Huge money has been paid out. And this is not an ATM system. This is the public purse that we are dealing with. And we need people to be accountable when it comes to the work and specifically in MGE. So over to you, Mr. Mutale, if you can lead the pack in indicating who must introduce themselves. I must also state, Mr. Mutale, that some of these meetings were, not some, all of them was hybrid, was on Zoom. And we as a committee take exception for the fact that never ever have some people been present in these meetings. You may proceed, Mr. Mutale.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable MPs, portfolio committee members, departmental officials, and fellow panel members. Chair, as you have indicated, there were 6 of us. Today, there's 4 of us logged into this meeting, unless I didn't see any latecomers, but I checked, there's 4 of us. 2 panel members are not here. I have not received any apologies. I don't know as to whether they did send their apologies through the department. Dr. Kumalo, did you receive any apologies from the 2 panel members who are not here?
Chairperson, the unit can respond. I did not receive any personally, but I was made aware that some of the members would not join. But Mr. Mulefe did indicate he was struggling to join, but he has since joined. So I'm not sure who are the other two members.
Thank you, Dr. Kumalo. The two members that are not here is Miss Shabnam Peterson and Mr. Francisco Tejada. They were also not here, Chair, during the previous meeting. Those are the two members who indicated that they are in their new jobs and they couldn't join us as a result of that, as they did not qualify for leaves because they were new in their...
For the sake of time, Mr. Mutala, let's proceed in this fashion.
Okay.
Let's do the introduction from your side, and I also request your panel members to switch on their videos in the introduction, and then you can proceed with the presentation. But I would like Parliament to note the absenteeism of the two panel members. Also in the previous time, I want the Department of Sports and Arts and Culture also to know that, and we will take it from there.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Steve Mutale. I was the panel chair of the 2025-2026 MGE adjudication. Can I hand over to Mr. David Gau to introduce himself?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, panel and honorable members.
Hey, that's our friend, honorable members.
We see him. We see him.
We must laugh before he speaks.
That's our favorite.
Laugh. Let's laugh before he speaks.
Mr. Cow, proceed and welcome.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members and honorable members of Parliament and fellow panel members as well. My name is David Cow. I was the panel member for 2025-2026 adjudication panel.
Thank you for your role in the sector, Mr. Cow. Mr. Mutale, proceed.
Thank you, David. Can I hand over to Mr. Vernon Fragom to introduce himself?
Good morning. Oh, let me check. Good morning, panel members. Morning, Chair and honorable members. My name is Vernon Fragom, and I was one of the adjudicators for the 2025-26 cycle of MGE. Thank you.
Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Vernon.
Just a second. Who is that? Are you unable to use the?
It's Lucia, Chair. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, Mr. Lucia.
Yeah, the person who's just introduced himself, Vernon or something, he can address us in pajamas here and in bed. Can you please take a meeting of Parliament serious? And address.
I did not see that, Mr. Lucia.
Yeah, no, I'm still making a point. Members will tell you he's wearing pajamas, the blue pajamas, in bed. So, can you please take meetings of Parliament serious?
Mr. Vernon, you want to respond to that?
Chair, Honorable Chair, I would love to respond to that. I am lucky to be alive today and to be in this meeting. And I will share photos if the Chair allows. I almost died a month ago, so I'm still off sick. That's why I'm in bed. I can't foresee myself getting up. So my apology for being in pajamas. But unfortunately, I have to stay in bed. Thank you, Chair. I hope the Chair and the Portfolio Committee understands.
Yeah, Mr. Fragom, I'm going to rule that I'm going to accept that. But I also want to state that it would have been a good idea if you just make a declarator on that. And it is important for me that everyone is present. There was also nothing wrong from the honorable member to mention that without knowing. It is now been rectified. and we will then accept you in this meeting and also in that fashion. And on behalf of the committee, I would like to wish you well with your health, and please get well soon. The Honorable Molatani, is that a legacy hand? If that is on the same issue, I think we have to move from this issue.
Chairperson, thank you very much. But Chair, we understand the problem. He could have sent the apology, because it's not like he caused himself to be in that situation. He could have sent the apology that I am not able to attend the meeting due to whatever that has happened, but not in that way, Chairperson.
Noted, Honorable Molatani, I've made a ruling on that. Mr. Mutale?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to hand over to the last panel member who is present here, Mr. Simon Molefe, to introduce himself and to speak on his video.
Thanks, Honorable Chair and the Honorable Members of Parliament. I'm trying to switch on the video. It says you cannot start the video because I was disabled.
Are you sure you tried to switch on, or you are not in pajamas?
And the mic, Chair, the volume.
Yes, and please put on the volume.
I'm not on my pajamas, Chair.
Okay, please then switch on your video. What's happening, Mr. Molefe?
It says the host must allow me to have my video on.
Chair, can he log off and then log in again?
Yes, then we'll deal with you later. In the meantime, Mr. Mutale, please proceed with the presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair. I hope I'm audible. The panel that I chaired was appointed on the 19th of December 2024 during the open application window. An induction for the panel was held on the 25th of January 2025, with the first sitting of the adjudication continuing from the 26th to the 29th January 2025. It was explained that before the applications reached the adjudication panel, a significant percentage were disqualified by the department for non-compliance with minimum requirements. The process of adjudication was through the government-managed portal www.eservices.gov.za. A total of 1,450 applications were received through the portal for adjudication.
Mr. Mutale,
Chair?
I'm sorry to do this to you. I can't see the presentation. Is it possible that they can assist in order for you to flight it?
Dr. Kumalo or any other departmental official present here, can you assist, please? I can't do it from my side.
Thank you, Chairperson, Mr. Sanyana.
I'm trying to flight it, TG. Just check if it's visible.
Yeah, maybe I can continue from the panel review outcomes.
Is it visible first, sir?
Chair, can you see it from your side?
Yes, it is. It is.
Yeah, just make it.
You'll just let me know if I need to move to the following slide.
Yeah, I want to start on that panel review outcomes. Are we ready, sir?
Yes. It moved.
In the initial open call, 18 touring ventures and 55 cultural and creative projects to the value of 199,886,992 were recommended for support. 1,088 applications were received through the DSAC internal system. In the revised call, 9 touring ventures and 125 totaling the value of the recommended project to the tune of 109,905,992 CCIP projects. The total value of revised open call recommendations aligned with the budget cap, ensuring no overspend. While the approval numbers may appear low, the budget was fully allocated. In addition, it is 125 projects at 105,555,992 compared to the initial 55 projects at 199,886,992. The adjudication process. Applications were adjudicated based on the published guidelines. An application had to satisfy the published guidelines. For an application to be recommended and approved, required a majority collective recommendation and not just one individual or one adjudicator's view. The panel worked in blocks of weeks. The initial open call adjudication dates were the 25th to the 29th of January, the 9th to the 13th of February, and the 23rd to the 27th of February. The revised open call adjudication dates were the 29th May to the 2nd of June, the 5th of June to the 10th of June, the 16th to the 20th of June, the 22nd to the 29th of June, and the 27th of August. Key issues identified in applications. Touring ventures that were declined were mainly due to fake invitation letters, failure to meet a minimum compliance requirement, out of scope, proposals for non-creative activities, e.g., talks on social issues like gender-based violence without showcasing artists. There were also issues of inflated budgets, creative and cultural industry projects, CCIP. There were 9 million allocation, the initial one. Main reasons for non-recommendations were out of scope, incorrect timing, starting before May 2025, despite guidelines stating only May 2025 to January 2026. There were also issues of out of scope proposals, duration, and then guidelines required monthly activities spanning 6 to 9 months. Yet many were one-off or only a few days. Other proposals were not aligned with intent. Around 50% focused on workshops or training youth or people with disabilities, offering stipends, but not job creation for creatives. And key issues identified. The budget allocation issues. Artists were allocated, in many cases, 10 to 15% of the funds, while management companies absorbed 25% or more. There were also issues with lack of detail. The budgets were presented as lump sums with no detailed breakdown of job creation. There were also issues with capital expenditure. requests for equipment, e.g. proposal in their proposal, some stipulated that they would spend the monies on vehicles. And there were also issues with outside funding scope. And then there were other issues that included operational costs. The applicants sought coverage of rent, salaries, and overheads with minimal benefit to artists. Creative and cultural industry projects, the 2 million allocation. The same issues applied, with the exception of timing. There were also multidisciplinary projects. This was stipulated in the guidelines and application that no multidisciplinary projects. And there were issues with copy and paste. The same proposal with just a change of the name of the company or the project name. The online system. There were challenges with that online system. The panel faced significant delays and inefficiencies due to frequent system outages, sometimes lasting hours. Even when functional, access was inconsistent across members, complicating the adjudication process. The manual process. The manual process required additional effort. The process was reliable with no downtime or system issues, unlike the CETA one. In conclusion, the total budget available for this round of funding was 110 million for both work streams, touring ventures and cultural and creative industries projects. Given the constrained resources, the panel was required to apply the criteria with diligence and thoroughness to ensure fair and effective distribution of funds. Despite the limited allocation, it is important to note that the entire budget was utilized. Decline rates are consistent with previous years and reflect systemic non-compliance with guidelines rather than excessive strictness. The panel's application of criteria ensured fairness, transparency, and maximum impact within the constrained budget. Despite the challenges, the systems and processes, the full budget was effectively allocated to compliant, guideline-aligned projects. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mutale. Mr. Malloy.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Honorable Chair. I think I'm visible now.
Yeah, thank you so much, honorable members. There we have it. Thank you. Thank you so much, honorable members. We are now going to give an opportunity for members to ask questions. I'm going to give members 6 minutes each to ask questions. And I'm going to do it in the following procedure. Just a second for me. Members must ask questions, indicate to who that question is. We have a current board, a panel, and a former panel, and the department. If you space your questions in that fashion, I will then give an opportunity after the second member or third member for a response by the departments. I want members also to ask direct questions. I want to make note and also give an opportunity to either the present board, the previous board, and the department to respond to those questions. I want members to be frank with their questions. I'm going to give you 6 minutes, and pending the veracity of your derogation, I will use my discretion whether I will give you either more or I don't want to cut you earlier, more time to speak on that issue. If not, you will get a second bite to the chair at the cherry. So the members will be Mr. Daniels, Mr. Utahung, Mr. Tetwa, Leah Potgieter. So in that order, Honorable Daniels, Honorable Mataung, Honorable Tetwa, Honorable Potgieter for now. I can't see any other more hands, but if you have Honorable Molatsani, in that order, members.
His hand is up as well.
Honorable Nkosi, Honorable Letsie. So those are the members. Just a second for me, Honorable
And Honorable
members.
Mbio, Chair.
Honorable
Sava.
yeah. Yeah, they must change that. You're gonna get in trouble, Honorable.
Clearly, you
member.
must get some glasses, Chairman. I've also raised my hand.
Honorable Rabo. Okay, it seems that it's every member that is in the meeting. The Honorable Daniels.
Thank you so much. Good morning to just everybody present. Colleagues, DSAC, the panel, MGE, to you, Chairperson. My question, I think I'm going to zoom into the existing panel, 2026-2027 panel. And my questions will cut across to the 2025-2026 panel, so they can decide who's going to respond, because I think there's a golden thread in my questions that I have for now. I won't be long, because I'll come back later, Chairperson, if time allows. The applicants who apply for MGE funding, some of them are rejected. We can understand. Some of them qualified, but they were not considered because of there's only so much budget. That we can understand. We would love to supply to each and every applicant, but we can only do so much, and you cannot squeeze blood out of a stone. But my question is, why is it that we say they were qualifying applicants and we could not fund them, when we find, by what has been presented to us, that those applicants, you have the same name on two different applications, or shall I rather say, the same name on more than one application, and successful applications, where the same name features in more than one application. And yet we say there are some others who qualified, but there's not enough funding to fund them. Why will you, as the panel, approve the same name in two different applications? I would like to do this interpellation style, please, Chairperson.
Honorable Daniels, you have 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left. You can proceed in which either fashion. You want to respond now on the more than one names?
All right, Chairperson, let me go over to my next question, and then I'll respond. Maybe I get a bite to come back to them. So that's the one question that I have. Then I also note that those who were not successful with their applications, the rejected applicants, you guys have advertised there is a due date for them to object and to get more clarity on why they were not successful. But let's face it, the very same people who were rejected, who were given deadlines to oppose or query, they've then not even received communication from you citing the reasons why they were unsuccessful with the applicants. Why is that they've not received any reason for the objections, which I think it's only fair. You cannot just say object. You need to give substantive reasons why the applicant did not make it. Now, with the deadline looming and them not having received the reasons for having been objected, will it be fair towards them? When are they going to get the opportunity to raise the hand and say, hey, man, I don't think that it was fair for you not to grant us this opportunity to fund us? So that's the second question, Chairperson. Then I want to know, there is the same people year in and year out, evergreen funding from Mzansi Golden Economy. The same people, there's a pattern of the same beneficiaries of this fund, taxpayers fund. If I have been doing some gig for the last 5 years at least, then surely I should not just be dependent on MGE to fund me. I should be self-sustainable. You cannot come and knock on MGE's door year in and year out, Chairperson. So why are we for every year? Surely you should be so competent in what you're doing and have the buy-in of the nation by what you're presenting to them, to the extent that funders are coming on board. But no, I'm not going to do that because I know somebody inside who's going to fund me. So I'm not going to bother to go and look for funders outside. If you believe in the product that you're presenting to the country, if you believe going onto the stage is what the public wants to see, then you must also have the same belief and conviction that you can get funders on board. So I need to know about the evergreen arrangements. And then, Chairperson, collective approval is needed. So out of a panel of 5, you need the majority of 3 to agree to the funding of an applicant. Can you please take me into your confidence, take my colleagues into your confidence, and give reasons why that there are others who opposed those applications? And then you can say our democratic processes dictate that the majority rules, but do we listen to the others? Why they opposed it, even though they are sometimes bulldozed by the majority? So I would like reasons why those who were not in favor of funds being approved to certain or specific applicants, whoever they may be, do you consider their reasons why? Can you please take us to the conference and give us the reasons why they opposed it? It will be very interesting to understand what their reasons are. And lastly, Chairperson, why is it that this funding is concentrated on specific and then again, repetitively the same provinces where the bulk of the funding goes? And you cannot tell me that most applicants come from those regions. The issue that I have with MGE is that they give it mostly to the same provinces, and then we sideline and marginalize the rural areas, applicants from there. We marginalize, we deprive them from opportunities by not giving them funding in small little towns where tourists don't go to. And the fact that MGE does not see the bigger picture, that the role of tourism together with what you are doing goes hand in hand, because if you consider running away from Johannesburg with some of the funding that you pump in there and taking it to an area where there is no tourism happening and fund that applicants there so that they can draw tourists to the place and boost the economy, the local economic development in that particular small town that is unheard of. Why don't we consider those people too? We need to look at this, Chairperson, and I need answers on those questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. 6 minutes and 27 seconds. The Honorable Mataung.
Oh, I thought maybe they will answer as quick as possible, but okay. Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chair, my video has been locked. Hello?
But proceed. We can hear your voice.
Okay, Chair. The most one I want to go to Miss Gabriela and her team, since as well they started now in January 2026. I just want to find out from them what experience and expertise do they have whenever it comes to the creatives industry. That's number one question. And it will be followed by a question that will be more based on the total of to say how many cases that in non-compliance applicants, which is they've rejected, did they find anything similar to the ones that they've approved? My reasoning for that, Chairperson, is you will find out that the applications are similar, but that does not mean it's a copy and paste. We always say great minds think alike. I think when leader David Gao is here, you will understand what I'm saying. And as much as Eugene will understand what I'm saying when I say great minds think alike. And why should I be punished if my idea of a cultural event is similar as Honorable Eugene? Instead of weighing the options to say, okay, we have the same idea as a previous person, but this is the route that we need to take. The other problem that I have, Chair, is when these artists or organization get rejection letters, it seems like they write the same letters to each and everyone. They don't even stipulate to say maybe your application was running short of an ID or something, or maybe there was no budget breakdown. All their rejection letters is one and the same thing. You've been rejected, but they don't say exactly what you've been rejected for. So those are some of the other things, which is them as a department or them as a panel or as adjudicators, they don't do a breakdown of those things, and that's what makes this artist to be so angry and sending emails now and then because of they don't have an exact clue why their applications were rejected. What else I wanted to ask? Hold on a second. And again, I'll come back again to Mr. Mutale. When Mr. Mutale said some of the applicants or projects were rejected because of people will say stipend. Remember, Chairperson, instead of salary. Remember, this is not a full-time job. That's why we might call it stipend because of it's for a period of time. So you cannot make, you cannot fail a project because of that name stipend instead of a salary. For me, there's no common sense whenever it comes to that. To say, if I say I'm going to pay them a stipend of this much for this period, yes, the project is for 3 weeks. That's what you're getting a stipend. There's not, I don't know, maybe it's a matter of a language, or maybe it's a matter of having to have people with experience and expertise in the sector so that they can understand the language that the artists are using. It could be better off whereby the minister or whoever chooses this panel people or these board members needs to bring in on board the people with expertise so that they can understand the artist. You find out that in the cultural and creative industry, there's a lot of musicians instead of actors and actresses, so that they can adjudicate there because of they understand the industry even better compared to the musicians. So, Chairperson, we need to. Do I have 1 minute? Can
80
you hear me,
seconds,
Chair?
but proceed, Honorable Member.
Okay. one application that I've seen, which came across to me, Chairperson, is an ID copy which was certified, but it expired. It was sent earlier, but it expired. Then they sent, they rejected it because of it expired a day before the closing date of the what you call Chairperson of the grant. So even that, we need to have an exception to say this person followed all the criteria and everything, budget breakdown, everything was there. But because of an ID copy expired after the adjudicators were busy with the applications. It could be that they were busy with the applications 3 months after that thing and it expired before, but why they did not do an exception and to say, call the person to say, please bring us another certified copy because of this one is already expired. But
Thank you, Honorable Member. I'm going to ask again, members, if you ask questions, like Honorable Mataung now, he directed it to the person he would like the answer. Can we do that so that I can indicate and ask them to respond in that fashion? I'm going to ask for responses now on the two members' questions. The first, can we get an answer on the same name more than once? And
Can I go first, Chair, with your permission?
Yes, please.
Okay. I would love to respond, of course, with the help of fellow panelists, to questions that were posed by Honorable Daniels. The first question was, why would a person who has submitted multiple proposals be approved and others rejected? Honorable Daniels, to my knowledge, there is not a single applicant who had more than 2 proposals approved. We were very, very vigilant in terms of that. I'll make an example. There's one person.
Apologies, Chairperson. Just for clarity.
Daniels?
Just clarity, Chairperson. Mr. Motale says there's not an occasion where a person has more than 2 applications. The problem is with 2.
Yeah.
So more than 2
No,
is
no,
3.
not even 2. Not even 2, Honorable Daniels. Not even 2. I'll make an example. There's one person in KZN who used people's IDs, I think about 25 of them. And he submitted a similar proposal on behalf of all the 25 people. So you can see this was a fraudster who was trying his luck. Now we are vigilant. We were able to spot that, no. This is the chance taker, and he's using poor people's IDs. And we rejected all of them.
Mr. Mutale, just a second. Mr. Mutale, just a second. That's understood. I think the issue Honorable Daniels has raised is there's 2 names that has received allocations.
No. To our knowledge, we never approved any.
Mr. Mutale, respectfully, can I ask just to pause, please? Chairperson, let me shoot straight to this particular question. This question has got no bearing on a 25-26.
Yeah, I was just making an example, Honorable Daniel. Yeah.
Mr. Mutale, can we give the Honorable Daniels an opportunity to speak?
Thank you, Chairperson, for protecting me. There is a particular case for the 26-27 adjudication where I have seen there is this one. There's this one with the one with Tali Peterson and Lukman Adams and them and those people. And then there's another application where Lukman Adams and another Adams also applied. So you've got one person double dipping in 2 applications. Is just to spread the allocation?
That one, can I approve? Can I respond, Chair?
Yes, please respond.
Yeah, in our case, we never had such instances. I think the 2026-27 panelists will respond to that. But in our instances, there were no such incidents at all. And then people
Sorry,
being
sir.
still on Honorable Daniel's issue. We had no instances where people's applications that qualified were rejected because there was no budget. We
Yeah,
never
Mr.
had such a
Mutale, can I do this? Like I've said,
Yeah,
members must indicate who they directed to for the
yeah.
sake of progress and for the sake of time. If it
Mhm.
doesn't affect you during your time,
So I
I would
shouldn't
advise
respond to it.
rather than that the current board
Yeah.
respond to that particular question, because I don't want us to take much more time on that. Can you respond whether you had same people applications the same
No. We never had them, Chair. We
and
never
the same
approved.
provinces
No,
where the
we never
bulk
had
of
such people. No, we never
okay,
had such.
let's go to the current board. Ms. Abrams.
Thank you, Chair. So basically, yes, Mr. Daniels, we did face this challenge in this year's panel. And obviously, as a panel, we sat and we deliberated and we discussed the fact that these people are a crew. It's like a cartel that they've got going on and they're putting each other on. And we discussed that, and some members were not, some of these were not funded. Some were funded for particular reasons because they met the criteria. Others were not funded. And I'll open the floor to my panel members who also feel free to add to what I'm saying, is that we did notice this. And what we've also noticed is when you speak about same proposals, different names, it would be the exact same budget. Like you call particular details the same thing on the same budget. Like people wouldn't necessarily call honorarium
Chairperson,
honorarium.
Chairperson, there's too much gymnastics with this response.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Chairperson, I
Honorable
want
Daniel.
I want a simple answer. I'm telling you, I'm not asking if it is the case. I'm telling you, and I've got nothing. I admire these people's work that they are doing. I really, I must admit. But my question is, you've got Lukman Adams with Tali Peterson and other people who applied for funding and they were successful. The funding was given to them. I think it was 600,000 or something like that. Then Lukman Adams and another Adams also applied in the same year for funding. And there they also been afforded and they qualified and been given the funding for that. Now, if you say that there's a problem you have, you were looking into it, you've deliberated about it, why did you still go ahead and approve? Because now with the same name in different applications, how can that meet your approval when there are other people who you say qualified, but there was no funding for them?
It was different proposals, sir. It was different proposals. It wasn't the same project. It was the same people, but it was different projects.
Listen, Ms. Abrams, I'm not disputing, and you don't need to tell me that it was two different projects. I have just said, if you've listened carefully, that there was this thing with Tali Peterson and them and those people. It's people I admire. I believe they do good work. And then there's another application with the same Lukman Abrams and another Abrams. So by that, I'm saying I am aware that there are two different applications. My question is, why would you then favor someone who's involved in two different projects with funding when you are rejecting others who qualify because there's not enough funding?
Everything was
Ms.
based
Abrams.
purely on the MGE guidelines. Yes, sorry.
Yeah, please respond to the issue.
Okay, so like I'm saying, we did note that and we collectively deliberated, and some of the panel members disagreed and felt like they shouldn't be funded, and it was noted accordingly. Other panel members felt like the proposal was good enough and deserved to be funded. So it went according to majority rules.
But Ms. Abrams, does it make sense if I have 3 projects, my name pictured everywhere, and I've been given money for that? Does that help the system?
No, it does not, sir. And we did not
But
plan
why
on
are they
doing that.
approving? And the next question of Honorable Daniels is collective approval. What does that mean?
Collective approval means that most of the panel agrees.
Majority rule.
Can we
Yes,
go
sir.
to Honorable Mataung answers in terms of the rejection experiences in the rejection?
Chairperson, just the outstanding question, Chairperson. There's people who were rejected. They've not yet received reasons why they were rejected, but yet there's a deadline given by when they can ask questions why have I been rejected, and they can appeal the rejection. But if you've not received the notification with reasons why you rejected, how can you submit your application before the deadline?
Thanks, Honorable Daniels. It's the same like Honorable Mataung is also asking, what are their experiences and why is there a standard letter and not reasons? And why don't we help? Why don't we help the sector? Why don't we say this is the reason? Or come back, can you submit? I don't know. Or is there a process? Isn't there a process to assist and take them through? Because I think the rationale behind this exercise is to help.
Chairperson,
What's that?
let's see, just on a point of order, Chair.
Honorable Chair, please proceed.
No, thank you very much. I think, Chair, the question of Honorable Daniels has not been properly responded to. His question is valid. He is asking about one person bringing 20, let me make an example, 20 applications with different people. So he goes into an arrangement with different people. He brings in 20 different applications. Is Mr. Abrahams here saying, if that is the case, then one person in one window can get all the applications because his application makes sense and others don't get an opportunity? Does she believe that this is good for corporate governments? This is good for the growth of the sector? And she must at least explain that to Honorable Daniels, because I don't think the question of Honorable Daniels is unreasonable.
It's responded to, Honorable Letsie. I follow it up in asking whether that is right, and the answer was no. So I think the department must take cognizance of this fact that we are sitting here with a panel that approve Joe Maglua projects where he has a hand in a pie in 3-4 different projects, but others have been neglected. But here comes the problem again with the collective approval. That has been responded to. But what I also would want out of this, Honorable Letsia, the fact that you have now emphasized it, I would like members to consider recommendations, in this particular case that Honorable Daniels has raised, that the panel should, reconsider the approval of applications where names are surfacing all over the show. It boils down to favoritism, and it's unacceptable. It also lacks opportunity for others. So can we do the following? What I'm going to do now, in terms of what is transpiring now with the interrogation, I am from the Honorable Mtetwa going to give 6 minutes and then a response and the interrogation and then the next person, so that I give every member the same reasonable time. There are...
Chairperson. Chair.
Just a second for me. I will indicate who have to speak. There are 2-3 questions from Honorable Mataung, one of which is a concern and which I agree with Honorable Mataung. We cannot have a standard letter. It looks like the job is too much. Your application has been disapproved. Why don't we go in detail? And why don't we have a process where we say, before the final close down, let's have a pre-check, because you are getting money for these things. You are getting stipends, you are getting travel, accommodation, and meetings. And I don't know whether they also just meet like us on hybrid sessions. And also, I mean, here we have people that don't even attend this hybrid sessions. They are getting paid, they approve stuff there, and they can't come and respond to us on issues here. Let's deal with the issue of the standard letter and then the, okay, stipend project 3 weeks, and then the ID copy expiring date. Can we get a response on that?
Chairperson.
Before I'm going to get
Chairperson.
over to the next member.
Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can you allow us then to respond to that question regarding the appeals?
Chairperson, no.
Honorable Daniels, before Dr. Kumalo, Honorable Daniels.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I don't want to miss this opportunity and find that the horse is bolted. The question that I've asked about those who were rejected, who's to date not yet received reason for the rejection, ties in with what I said at the end. I ended up by saying they have the right to appeal the rejection. And there's a deadline for such an appeal. Now, the date may even be gone or it's approaching very soon. So my question is, with the appeal date set, deadline for it, and those people who've been rejected, who believe that they've presented a good case for funding and has not yet received reasons for the rejection, it is not fair unto them to not have heard from MGE other than being rejected. And then when the deadline comes, which is going to come, it's a fixed date, they were not granted a fair opportunity to oppose the rejection. And then all they're going to find is, sorry, the deadline has passed. And then they're going to say the case is mute. That is my concern. We need MGE to answer why the letters have not been given, so that they can respond on the reasons given to them before the deadline. Because now they're going to have to postpone the deadline to accommodate their lackluster performance by not informing the applicants timelessly with reasons. That is my real concern, Chairperson.
I agree, Honorable Daniels. The department.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Sanyane will explain and then respond to the question from Honorable Daniel.
Thank you, TG, and thank you, Honorable Daniels, for that question. In relation to, let me start with the letters and how they are responded to. Earlier on, we explained that the applications were made on the e-services portal. So after the panel has made the adjudication through the portal, the letters that go to as response letters are system generated, which then goes to the applicants. There is a differentiation between the ones that we said they are non-compliant, because those they don't reach the panel, because the system then picks up what is missing in line with the MGE guidelines, and it will reject that application. It doesn't even go to the panel.
Chairperson, can I assist us with time? The question is not about the non-compliance. The question is about those who comply completely, but there's not enough funds for all of them.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. I just needed to put a context. The rejection letters have gone. Some of the rejection letters have gone to the applicants, and what is indicated there is that applicants, those that did not succeed, they have 30 days to appeal from the date when they receive the letter. So there is no date that has been set to say everybody else must submit within this day. We give each applicant, the system will say, from 30 days from the date of the receipt of your letter. So what happened because of the system, we had a system glitch as we are using a SITA administered e-services portal, and it forced us to then do an extension.
I want to raise an order, a point of order, Chairperson. This can't be acceptable, Chairperson.
Yeah, Honorable Dennis, let's do this. Let the department respond. We can't respond on the response.
No, it's wrong what they're saying, Chairperson. It's wrong what they're saying, Chairperson. Chairperson, I was the one asking the question. I can hear it's totally wrong what they are saying, irrelevant things they are saying. I've corrected them now, saying I'm not talking about those non-compliant. So I was assisting. I want to assist again. they say upon receipt of the letter, they'll give you 30 days. And also by the admission of this act, they are now saying, no, not all letters were sent out. Some of them were sent letters, and those some people will have 30 days from receipt thereof. My concern is the others who did not receive letters. So for how long a period of time in this financial year is it going to take them to send the letters to everybody who's been rejected, who were compliant? So if you must appeal, when is the appeal going to finish? Because if the next letter is going to send 2 months from now, the budget is only so much. So by the time when your appeal is reached or looked at, there's not going to be funds left because they're going to say, no, we had to pay the second tranche over to the successful applicants. That is my concern.
Honorable Daniels, you are 100% correct. What I want to guard against here, and really, maybe members must indicate who's going to the sitting. We have a sitting today, and I really, because of the veracity of this case, want to give members ample time. So when it comes to letters, the rejection letters should be, like you say, on the same day. Then the appeals and the deadline, that must be the same. It should not be the way, because like I've said earlier, there's problems. There's problems when it comes to artists, when it comes to artists for these things. And even the issue that has been raised by both yourself and Honorable Mataung, the issue of people getting for more than one project assistance, that is outright nonsense. It's not transparent. It must be open and must be an opportunity for each and everyone. I hear the concerns, Honorable Daniels, but members, let us do this. I am going now to the next member. Do your 6 minutes. There is Parliament sitting, and I think members are also going to the sitting. So, but in the meantime, sit down and write down these proposals that we have, so that we can submit it, put it into the chat box, send it to the portfolio secretary, so that we can get this once and for always right. We have serious problem within this particular sector. We can rectify this so that everyone can be helped. Because Honorable Daniels, Honorable Mtetwa, Honorable Mataung, I know that you guys are not sitting just only in these meetings. We are going to these things and we have experience. Ask Mr. Cow here. We are going and we experience and we see what is happening on the ground there. And we have a duty as members of Parliament to correct that. I am going to ask responses on the ID copy. The issue that Honorable Daniels, it's coming back to that. If someone submits something and he said, listen, my ID copy, your ID copy has expired, and then he lose out. Explain to us, is there a second bite at the cherry for someone to come back to say, my ID is now rectified, instead of the way that we are doing it? I'm going to give you 5 minutes, Dr. Kumalo, to respond to the issue so that we can get to the next member.
Chairperson, sorry. And again,
no, Honorable Mataung,
you left one question, Chair.
No,
you left one question.
Let me be in charge of this meeting. I want to give time to all the members. You have serious issues. So this meeting must
you left one question, which is very important, Chair. Regarding the new panel, do they have experience and expertise in this sector? That's the most important one, because of the way they're going and the way they answer the questions. For us, it's people that have been picked somewhere and put in the panel that they are clueless about the sector. So we need to find out, they have experience or not, so that we can know that this is what we are.
No, I hear your cry.
Now it's not them who are answering the questions that Honorable Daniel is asking. It's the department that is sending out letters, but who adjudicated the work?
Honorable Mataung, I hear your cry. I hear your concern. There has been flighted now a presentation. It has been sent to us. The CVs are all of them there. You can have a look and you can have a comment or a rebuttal on that, whether the experience is there or not. But it is quite clear, and I think, and I'm sorry to use Mr. David Cow. I think, with him, someone on a panel argument, the current panel, sitting there, I don't think he will be party to a decision to give, someone who have more than 2, 3, 5 projects, he will be party to that approval. So this thing must be interrogated completely, and we need DSEC to come to the party on this. Let me give to Honorable Umteto. Honorable Umteto, 6 minutes, interrogation style, get it done. There is still 5, 6 members to go.
Very much for that. Chair, I want to do this disclaimer that our sitcom that sits every Tuesday but never reaches its must change its tone. First and foremost, let me greet the panel, and I want to talk to David. Mr. Kau, I know he's going to give me a very honest answer. Can you please indicate to me, how were you identified to be in the panel? Did you apply? How it happened? Can you respond, please? I just need that quick one so that I can move to what I want to interrogate, Chair.
I was asked by the minister if he can appoint me to the panel.
Or he just called you direct to say, can he appoint you?
Yes.
Oh, all right. No, you do qualify to be there. Don't worry. I just want to make my point clear. You do qualify to be in that panel. But here's what I want to do. The following members of the panel. The 2025-2026 MGE panel, which is Mr. David Kau. I've asked him, he has confirmed that he was just single-handedly picked by the minister. Ms. Shabnan Peterson, are you by any chance related to Ms. Jasmine Sharon Peterson? Mr. Vernon Fragon.
Honorable Mteto,
Yeah?
Ms. Shabran is not here.
Okay. Mr. Vernon Fragnol, which political party do you belong to? Mr. Francisco Tejada, which political party do you belong to? Mr. Steve Mutale, which political party do you belong to?
If I may start, I am a member of the Patriotic Alliance.
Thank you. The next one. The next member, please.
Honorable Member Mteto, I'm a member of the Patriotic Alliance, but was also asked by the minister.
Who's that? That's Vernon Fragnon.
This is Vernon Fragom.
Okay, Fragom. Okay, sorry about that. And then Francisco.
He's also not here.
He's a member of Patriotic Alliance. And all of you were identified by the minister. You did not apply.
That's correct.
Can we confirm that?
By the minister.
Thank you very much. And then I want to go to the panel, the current panel. The current panel is made out of people with background who are coming from the music background, isn't it? Melvin Matthews, may his soul rest in peace, producer. Mr. Wilfred Abloon, composer. Mr. Joyce Mkati, art administrator. That's the only person that comes from the administration. Henry Philemon, producer, songwriter. Ms. Gabrielle, music specialist and media. Now, having listened to what you say, your way of deciding whether the proposal qualifies or not. You talk of quality, creative quality. How would a person who's a musician know how to set up or host a theater production? How would he define or determine whether there's creative quality
whether it complies in it. I think when you were doing your presentation, you spoke about first and foremost, let's start here. Disqualified by the department. That's the first thing. Okay. That you say, both of you, your presentation, they talk about disqualified by the department based on non-compliance, minimum requirement. Can you please, the first one being the board that is biased towards music, how does it then determine the quality? Secondly, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture that are saying minimum requirement. Can you list them, many people, based on that? Because honestly, as I said, that this is a sitcom that never gets to the climax. We've spoken about these issues before, but they never get bettered. And then there's the issue of collective approval. Can any of the members, Mr. Kau, I'll come back to you because I know I can trust you. Can you give us just a plain description, just a descriptive setting where you come into the room, you've got a pile of applications and you sit around the table and then you have so many thousands of applications and then you must approve. When you sit and approve, what is the collective approval in that situation? Do you take one application, look at it, read it collectively, and then decide, yeah, this one qualifies or credit? Because I don't think that is true.
That is the process.
I can tell you, when I look at the days that you are given, that you have presented here, that you sit 4 days, and then you come back again, sit 4 days, 5 days. That process is very tedious, of going through 2,000 and something or 1,000 and something, and then you approve only. I think you are doing a pick and choose, but I would allow you to respond, Mr. Kau.
That is the actual process, Honorable Mteto. So there is one computer that is linked to a main screen, which is the chair's computer. That reveals the one application that we are all looking at. And then the rest of us are looking at applications on our own screens. So we all look at one application at a time together collectively.
Okay, that's fair then. If that is the reason, that is the setup, I would not agree that other applications are honestly and fairly disqualified, because it's too many applications to go through that process where the 4 or the 5 of you would go through each and every application to read. First and foremost, it's an application you read. You don't just browse on it. People present ideas and say, I want to do ABC, therefore the creativity. Now tell me, what is the barrel or the measurement that you use to determine quality creativity or creative quality in every application?
So there is most of the applications that come to us qualify to come to us. They do not necessarily already qualify for funding. I think we've maybe having a misunderstanding with that. So once they get to us, we still have to follow the guidelines that are set by MGE, which we sit with the guidelines in front of us and we read the guidelines as we apply our minds to every application. So that is where some of the applications fail with the actual guidelines. For instance, a simple rule that the budget must be totally broken down. A lot of people don't follow the breaking down of the budget, even though they've passed and applications have come to us and they're on paper qualified. They've got their tax clearance, they've got their IDs, etc., etc. So a lot of the applications are bound to fail in the majority of the applications that have come to the adjudication panel.
Okay, you're sitting in the current.
No, sir, I'm not in the current panel. I'm not in the current.
Okay, fine. I want to say this. I'm raising this question because when there was a presentation done, it spoke of creative quality. That was the chairperson who said so, that you look at creative quality. And what we know, what is creatively qualitative for me might not be qualitative for you. Okay, and that is why I'm highlighting also the biasness towards music background. And if I'm a jazz artist and I'm giving a proposal for jazz festival, I would know how to look at it. But if I'm given a comedian show and I'm not interested in comedy, I will just look at it and browse and feel and pass. But it's fine, it's well. What I want to put to your conscience, even if you have to sit next time, that we're coming from an era where Black people were suppressed, where Black people could not participate. They did not get these experiences. Post 1994, we want to level the playing field. That is why we need to assist people. What I would say about this system is a failure on its own in its totality. We need a one-stop shop system where a person comes in and they say, okay, how do you sleep with your conscience when you have disapproved somebody because of an ID that has an ID copy that has expired in terms of certification? How do you sleep with that conscience? Because it's not the quality of the proposal that lacks information or lacks quality, but it is the ID that has expired. You need to go back to him, pick up the phone, say, Boti, whatever that you have your ID has expired. Can you send us? Because you want to assist. You don't want to tick the boxes. And this is what we are doing. We're ticking the box. Let me come to because we don't have much time, I would go into the issue of targeted groups. Dr. Kumar, we have Lele Tumahambe who came with other artists to Parliament to present around the issue of MGE. She's a blind artist, qualified, LLB qualified artist from Nelson Mandela University with 23 years of experience. Her company is Poetic Soul Love House of Entertainment. It has 10 years of experience. She has never been funded by the department. What can you say? What could be the problem there? And then she gets a letter of rejection constantly that says, after 10 years of experience, she gets a letter that says, your itemized budget is not evenly distributed. Something of that sort. I'm just paraphrasing. Do you think is as part of government, as part of the state, are we encouraging young people to develop further, or are we discouraging them? Is that the reason why she cannot be funded? For 23 years experience, LLB student, LLB qualified, 10 years of experience, the company. Is that the reason why she can't be assisted? Is that what you look at, Brav?
Dr. Kumalo, and I also want the current board to respond to that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a difficult question to respond to, Chair, because I don't want to individualize applications. But generally, when it comes to the issue of adjudication, as the panel has indicated, they follow specific criteria in terms of they look at the proposal as it sits in front of them. I would not necessarily want to talk about a specific person who has been applying for 10 years because I wouldn't be able, and I wouldn't like actually Chairperson to really personalize. However, I do want to agree with Honorable Mthethwa in terms of saying there needs to be a change in terms of our approach. I think, Chairperson, you spoke about a revised funding model as well. And then I think Minister has made certain recommendations around even consideration of moving the call system to NAC because they've got a grant management system, maybe it would be more efficient than the CETA-based system that we are utilizing. So maybe the adjudication panel would like to talk to the process, as I think Mr. Kau has also just made reference to it. But I wouldn't like to personalize my response, Chair, to an individual person, if you allow me. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, no, precisely. Those who don't know Honorable Mtetwa, he is asking that question on purpose or by purpose, because this issue was raised last year, and I remember it was an undertaking to work either with or close to the individual that has been named. But Honorable Mtetwa, it's your field. I've given you 3 minutes extra, one last minute.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm asking this question because Mr. Dale, is it what? The chairperson, Mr. Motale. Motale, in his conclusion, he states that some of these applications that did not make it is because people were wanting to buy bakkies, and he mentions the issue of disability. Specifically disability, which is a targeted group. And it says they did not qualify because they were just mentioning disability. Now, that's why I'm raising somebody who's more qualified than anything to do with you can't say this person is lacks in knowledge or what. For 10 years been asked, for 10 years been applying with no success. But let me go into the last question, Chairperson.
Please.
One of the things, I don't think Dr. Kumalo you should even mention NAC because you are actually agitating us when you talk about NAC. NAC is in disarray, cannot manage anything. So if you take MGE to NAC, you'll be committing suicide. What needs to happen, maybe I should just limit it to this. What needs to happen, you need to have what we had before under Umsobomvu, a one-stop shop. There's an application that comes here, you are told, this application is not done properly, go and fix ABC. Then you get a coupon to go to the next service provider that assists you to put up your proposal correctly. And then you get another coupon that sends you to somebody else who would assist you with this, until you get to the last end. If we want to make an impact in this country, in this nation, that's what we must do, not just tick boxes. Now, I want to find out, Chair, because one of the things that was done by the department is to stall the measure of funding. You have that seats. How much is NL getting, or the administration money that goes into the administration vis-a-vis the total budget of MGE? What is the percentage? And in that percentage, would it be that more money goes into the admin than it goes to the project? Because it's so disheartening to see that 1,000 and something people have applied, but only 125 qualified and get funded. So I want to find out how much of the budget of the MGE goes into admin instead of projects.
Thanks, Mr. Mtetwa. I think Mr. Tanyane will have those specifics. But overall, in terms of the budget that comes to the department on MGE, there is, I'm just trying to scroll quickly, apologies, Chair. There is a total of 280 million, excluding PESPO, because if you look at the budget presentation that we did last time, it was inclusive of the 400 million from PESP. So if I'm just looking at MGE, it's 280 million. And that then goes to the different work streams that were in the presentation. But as to how much then goes to administration, Mr. Sanyane is best positioned to respond to that one. Thanks, Chair.
Can we flag that one a bit? I'm quite over time with Honorable Mtetwa. Can we get a response on that later on? I'm going to request the next member to proceed, and that will be the Honorable Potgieter.
At the moment, apparently the city here cannot keep the lights on, so I've had to venture elsewhere. Look, I think we've had several meetings with this particular adjudication panel and on this particular issue, and it is very frustrating. I would agree that I would like to understand, and I'll go quickly, Chair, because I've been through these issues extensively. My first issue is not really the affiliation or the membership there of the panel members. My issue is their direct involvement in political activities and the holding of political party positions. That is a direct conflict to the adjudication of public funds within national governments. And I think that does need to be clarified. It's unfortunate that the minister seems to be away for an entire month and is not present at this meeting, because he was central in appointing this panel. So I think he's best placed to answer that, but I'll leave it on the table. If we can get an understanding of the extended scope and the reason for reopening the applications, what exactly was extended, what was expanded on that, required everybody to reapply, as opposed to keeping the applications that you already had and then simply letting other people apply on top of that. The other issue that I would like answered is why some applications, particularly from the festivals that had been told by the minister to apply to the MGE fund, why their applications were rejected without even being opened. And before anybody tells me that this didn't happen, I'm sitting with evidence that they were not opened. So these applications were rejected, they weren't even considered. And that for me is problematic. If you're going to reject something, it has to have a reason. So this comes back to the list, Honourable Chairperson, with regards to the rejections and the reasons for the rejections. I do think that it's important that as a committee, we receive the entire list with the scoring and the reasons for why certain projects were approved, others were rejected, and the reasons for those rejections. I think that's very important. I do agree with my colleagues that not giving people reasons does not allow them to essentially appeal these decisions, and that's really not fair. The Department of Sports is in the business of facilitating and empowering artists and athletes, etc. So that really should be their role. And I would like to understand how the department itself has dealt with the conflicts of interest sitting within the panel. And I think most importantly, Chair, is that we need to understand that in terms of adjudicating on public funds, there needs to be a sort of strategic financial or grant management expertise required. So I do recall, I think it was Ms. Abrams who said that they had been inducted. But as part of that induction, was there any guidance or training given on how to deal with the adjudication and awarding of grants? Because that is very important. It's not really about how much you know about the industry, it's about what you know about grant funding and the return on investment that you're getting. So I would like to also understand in that respect, the department itself, have they assessed not necessarily the economic return, because we're not dealing with something that's excessively going to make the country a lot of money, we're dealing with empowerment. So has the department gone and looked at the awards that were made and the return on investment that has arisen from those awards? I'd also like to know, Chair, just with regards to, because the clusters, the 17 clusters that were created come into the scenario. And I'm aware of allegations that some of those cluster boards have awarded their own projects funds. So I'd like to understand whether or not the department has investigated these allegations, because I brought it up at 2 meetings before this, and whether or not there's any, founding or legitimacy to those particular allegations, because that is highly problematic. You cannot adjudicate on projects that you are actively involved in. And I think that's where we sit, Chair. I mean, I'm now sitting with, I don't know how many different folders with copious amounts of documents on this issue. And I'm still no clearer to understanding how companies that, for example, are their main scope of work is waste management, have managed to get an award, in terms of the arts, I'm also trying to understand how companies that have been deregistered and are non-compliant with tax requirements, even past the department's first phase of vetting. So the department, I think, needs to advise us how they got past the initial vetting process. If they were completely non-compliant on simple things that could have been checked on CIPC and with SARS, and how they passed the compliance test at the adjudication level. Because we are sitting with, and we've received, I mean, the other committee members will tell you, we've received whistleblower reports that have confirmed what we said several meetings ago, that these non-compliant and deregistered entities, or entities that are still in the process of becoming companies, have received funds from this panel. How did that happen? And has the department launched an investigation in order to assess that? And I will reiterate that a person who is directly linked to several different companies does not make this different awards to different artists. I think that is a very narrow-minded view to take on how these have been awarded. There is a direct conflict if one person is benefiting through several different companies, and I would surely have imagined that the panel or the adjudication committee would have questioned that. But perhaps the reason that they didn't is because they do not have that financial and grant management experience that is required to adjudicate.
Thank you so much, Honorable Potgieter. Ms. Abrams, most of the issues has been raised to you. I hope you have also sorted out your video in order for members to see you.
My video, is it showing? Is it not showing?
It's not showing. I think while we are busy,
I don't know if I'm going to have to log out and log back in again in order for my
yes,
video
but
to be seen.
respond to the issues now, and then you can sort out your
Okay.
video.
So the first one I recall was from Honorable Mtetwa, where he said, determining the value of art is hereditary complex. As panel members, we must weigh the quality against a set criteria. Everyone sees quality differently. Example, book publishing. An applicant can ask for 600, 450, and another one can ask 500,000 for a similar project. So basically, sir, as much as most of us came from music, a lot of my background is broadcasting, so there's TV shows and I understand how budgets and all of those things work. So that it helped me in that regard. So when it comes to the broader arts, and we had Sis Thandi who was coming from theater, so she comes with a theater experience. So we weren't looking at everything from a music perspective. And we were led by Siskia Obaka, who's writing exams today, who guided us through the process. Honorable Potgieter asked the question about the induction. So upon the induction, we were explained that each province in South Africa is different, and provinces in South Africa are clustered. We've got the lower tier, we've got the middle tier, we've got the upper tier. And we need to be lenient towards the lower tier, more lenient towards the lower tier than what we have to be towards the upper tier, because the upper tier is your Gauteng and your lower tier is your Free State, for example. So we have to be more lenient towards Free State and more understanding towards the way their proposals look versus the way the technical ones from Gauteng look. So that was explained to us in the induction. So we did, upon doing the adjudication, we would sit in a room all together on our laptops. I would be presenting the proposal. Everybody's reading it at the same time. I read it and everybody picks up something different within the proposal. We would have an open discussion. Okay, this, I'm picking up this, I'm picking up this. If it's good, we wouldn't immediately adjudicate, we would park. So we parked everything that was good and we came back a second time and we reviewed it with a second eye. So we didn't adjudicate things the first time. We went through it the first time to try and sift through what could make it. And then we went through it again the second time with a finer tooth comb. So that's the process that was followed this year. I hope I answered the
Yes, can you also respond to the issue of dealing with conflict of interest?
Okay, conflict of interest. As far as I know, none of my panel members are, as far as what they have informed me, none of them are members of any political affiliation, and neither am I.
Before I'm going to left you off the hook, there was also a question as to whether you assess the economic returns in all of this. Do we get as a country value for money when it comes to artists?
So that would be, do we assess the return? Yes, we do. So we would look at the overall project. For example, somebody is asking for 2 million rand, but they could pull off the project successfully by paying everybody responsibly and doing everything without inflating their budgets.
No, that's not how you assess economic return. Economic return, if there is, lack of a better example, a developments in power. Can you from your side say that much money has been made here? This has been spent at Checkers, OK, or Woolworths. This has been spent through transport. So every sector, it has uplifted this community. You know, people could collect plastics and bottles and tins and all of that. That is the assessment that I'm referring to. Are you in a position? Are you in a position to do that?
So according to, as far as how we distributed things that way, we tried to be as fair and as transparent as what we could to give everybody an equal opportunity. So
No, it
there
does
are,
not
for
answer the
example,
question. Are you assessing the economic return? If you give a 1 million rand, is there any economic, social returns from that?
are we looking at how much we're going to make as a country from that money that we're giving them? Is that what the question is?
We'll get back to that. I'm going to call upon the Honorable Molatani.
You've changed the order, Chair.
Honorable, let's see, it is Honorable Molatani, then Nkosi, then yourself.
Oh, okay. I see you've
My
changed
apologies. Honorable Molatani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members. Chair, can I please switch my camera because I'm using one gadget for my question. I already on this gadget.
You're welcome. Please do, honorable member.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me thank you for the opportunity. I think because now we are pressed to time to the questions that we want to raise, and we won't be able to raise all of them. But I have one. I will send my recommendations, Chairperson, to the portfolio secretary. But I have one recommendation that I want to put now in this meeting, Chairperson. The reason I want to put this recommendation now, Chairperson, in this meeting, let me first raise my dissatisfaction with the department, Chair, if you allow me. Every time the entities will come here or the federations will come here, we will raise questions and then we'll say that we'll send another questions later after the meeting, which we usually do. We'll send the questions later after the meeting. And even the department, the entities does not respond to our questions, Chairperson, and the department does they did also not respond to our question. And I'm just worried, Chairperson, that are we going to sit in the meeting, raise questions, do deliberations, at the end of the day when we're supposed to get the response, we are not getting the response. Specifically, let me just take this matter straight to Dr. Kumal, who is the DG of the department. I am not happy at all, Chairperson. In the past, I was going through the YouTube meeting of the portfolio in the past, and when this term starts, Dr. Khumalo will always send the response in time when we request the response. I don't know, Chair. Recently, Dr. Khumalo does not do that. I am not sure whether we are being undermined as the portfolio committee or what, Chairperson. Because really, it can't be right that every time we raise issues, we expect to get answers. We'll send questions through the emails, but we don't get answers. Or you are going to get answer after 3 months and only one answer, not the whole answers that we are expecting as the portfolio committee. I think, Chairperson, this must come to an end. We can't be working like that, where we'll be raising questions at the end of the day. The department doesn't ensure that the entities or federations are responding back to the members of this portfolio committee. So, Chairperson, on that one, I need to be hard to Dr. Khumalo that we can't be working like that. It's either we are getting our answers or we are not getting our answers. If she cannot be able to do that, let us know as this portfolio committee chairperson. Let me forward my first recommendation, Chair. And the entity compliance verification before payment. Before any 2026-2027 tranches payment is made, the department must conduct a final CIPC BIS portal compliant sweep. All entries in the registration status with ineffective directors or with their addresses mismatches must be given 10 working days to remedy or be removed from the approved list. The 54 million should not be released until the sweep is completed, Chairperson. The 54 million should not be released up until the confirmation has been addressed. My first question, Chairperson. 2025-2026 initial call was cancelled and repeated with a manual submission after the portal-based process attracted application of unacceptable quality. The revised manual processes produced a 6.4% non-compliance rate, significantly worse than the digital portal. Does the department consider this manual process a success, and will it be used again? My second question, the panel noted the death of Mr. Melvin Matthews, who passed away in April 2026. They were busy with shortlisting and so forth. And I just want to check, Chair, what contingency protocol exists when a panel member is incapacitated or passed away during the adjudication process, and was the panel integrity maintained? My third question, the guidelines exclude training, workshops, and upskilling projects from CCIP funding, yet a significant proportion of non-recommended application focused on these activities. Is DSEC providing alternative funding pathways for sector capacity development outside the MGE Open Call, given that the debut fund and human capital development work stream are not part of the Open Call? I think, Chair, if I still have a little bit of time, I have another one question that I want to raise, Chairperson. I have just one other question, Chairperson, that I want to raise. Minister announced that the flagship events such as the National Arts Festival, Cape Town Jazz, Cape Town Carnival, and Klein Karoo National Against Fears will no longer receive direct funding from the department. Instead, this were directed to apply through the MGE. What has been impact what has been the impact of this decision on the flagship events? Number two, what mitigating plans have DSEC implemented? For the two MGE Open Calls 2025, 2026, 26, 27, did any of the flagship events apply? Does the funding provision of the Open Call per project equal to the budget that was previously a flagship event? My last question, Chairperson, on the new board that has been appointed, I just want to check because I can see that out of 5, it's only one black person. This panel board, where are they from, Chairperson? All of them, if one can say, I'm from Free State, I'm from KZN, I'm from Western Cape, I'll be happy, Chairperson. Quickly, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Molatsane. I'm going to ask for a response on those questions. It was specific, it was direct, and Honorable Molatsane, I hear you. It is indeed so. We are one of many portfolio committees who are meeting Tuesdays and Fridays, and sometimes you feel with Parliament programs and procedures, time don't allow us, but we should not stop because your work and your input and interrogation helped a lot. Proof of that has been seen in many of the entities appeared before us. The department.
Thank you, Chair. Can I then, maybe before I hand over to the colleagues for specific, just start off with the one critical matter that Honorable Moletsane has raised around us being non-responsive. Honorable Moletsane, we really do try our best to respond to all questions, and even though I don't want to use the chairperson as my witness, in instances where we are having challenges with a non-response, particularly from entities, we would always advise through the PC Secretariat and ask for deadlines and returns. But I would not sit here and say there are no challenges that we experience with regard to responses. When it comes to departmental responses that are directly supposed to come from the department, we do try to respond timeously. However, with our federations and our entities, there are sometimes delays, and we follow up and even write letters to even the level of presidents where there is a president in that particular federation or the entity chairperson. But we will try and improve. I have taken note of your concern. With regard to the issues of a thorough sweep, honourable member is correct, and I would like acting DDG or the chief director to come in here, because subsequent to this process that the adjudicators have taken the committee through, those numbers will then go to the individual project managers, and 2 of them are in this meeting, who are in charge of the CCIP and the one who's in charge of the touring ventures. They are working with 6 project coordinators. And with those people, that is the expectation, honorable member, that they do the thorough CIPC compliance check and the verification. This is why when you saw the presentation of 25-26, there are several, I think about 11 that were indicated there, that subsequent, even though they were approved by the adjudication committee, they then ultimately didn't make the final list because of the final verification process. But I do note your emphasis on us not releasing any of the 54 million before we have satisfied ourselves that that has happened. In the 25-26 the process that was undertaken in 2025, your next question was talking to how we found the manual system that was used as an alternative. Indeed, honorable member, the very reason why for the 26-27 we then stayed with the online was because of the very low success rate rate that came out of the manual system, which the intention of the use of the manual system was to try and address a system freezing that was experienced more frequently with the 25-26 open call than was the norm. However, based on a very low success rate, as you indicate, we have not done a repeat of that in the 26-27 financial year. Mr. Tsanyane, if you could just come in, please, and cover the other questions. I would like to come back after you and just speak to the question raised by Honorable Member on the flagship projects. And I'm not sure whether there was a question specifically for the adjudicators in those that came from Honorable Molitsane. But Mr. Tsanyane, please, if you can come in first.
Thanks, DG. The one other question was about the protocols when a member is incapacitated. Honorable Member must say that we had not factored that in when the members were appointed. The member was present up until, I think, panel will confirm, up until April when they had done a substantial amount and that member was not replaced. I think it's something that has to be factored in next time when we do when an appointment is made, so that in case a member becomes incapacitated or dies, then there should be a protocol around the replacement of that member. I must admit that he was not replaced. The other question was the funding outside the MGE. I think as we explained earlier that the DG reflected the amount of 280 million, which is then divided according to the work streams of MGE. So there are other streams like your community arts centers that are funded. I think what we can do is we can also submit a list in terms of the programs on projects that benefit outside the MGE Open Call. I think that is, that is all from my side, DG. Thank you.
Chairperson, sorry, through you, can I just add the aspect of the alternative funding pathways? Yes, indeed, they do exist. The alternative funding pathways, if you look at our APP as an example, you will find that there are projects that are funded through the capacity building key performance area. Inclusive in those incubator programs, the debut funding, which focuses on emerging creatives going into the area of digital playing their business or plowing their business within the digital space and others. With regard to the flagship events, I'm advised, I thought Mr. Tsanyane would also speak to that. I'm advised by the team that there are several of the previously funded flagship event organizers that had applied for funding, and I'm advised that amongst the 26-27 list, there are, I'm not sure how many he can specify to that. That is why I thought he would cover that, because I did get the information from the acting DDG that some of the flagships, yes, indeed, did apply to the MGE, and they have also been funded. We can check the numbers, Chair. I don't have them offhand. In terms of does the funding equal to what they actually previously received? The maximum funding for the CCIP under which the flagship events will fund will be to a tune of 2 million, Honorable Member. You did find that some of the flagship projects, the national flagships, if I can call it that, because the provincial flagships still exist, Honorable Member. The provincial flagships get submitted by the provincial MECs, and those still exist. They are still in place, and each province gets to a maximum of 4 million for a maximum of 2 projects. So they will opt to do one flagship project or to actually do two. That is actually left to the discretion of the provincial MEC. But the amount, when you look at the MGE, would then not be the same if they are applying for MGE funding, and the process is also left to the adjudicators to make sure that it aligns to the criteria and the guidelines that they use. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Kumalo. The issue of flagship events will actually have a much larger debate because it depends what is flagship and what is not. Come to mind is the Jazz Festival in Cape Town. But I'm going to leave it there. We can have another discussion on that. The issue, my apologies, the next member is the Honorable Nkosi.
Chairperson.
Honorable Molotani.
My last question has not been answered. Regarding the members of the board, where are they from, Chairperson? The present panel, where are they from?
Ms. Abrams?
Okay.
Did you happen to sort out your video, Ms. Abrams?
No, sir. It's still not
I just want to say again.
The light is on. The light is on.
I just want to say again, the department must take note of this. This kind of meetings have been broadcast to a very wide audience. There it goes on now. And at times, sometimes it's good for us to have our videos on for this purpose now. Is for the sake of the committee to also know who are we dealing with and who is in charge in which entity. It actually is on. It shows some nice green vegetation.
But it doesn't show my picture.
Yeah, I think you must just press the right button.
Show me as I speak. Yeah.
That person,
and now
we don't have time.
Okay, can you see me now? Okay, still nothing.
I can't see you.
Okay, sorry. I'll sort it out for the next meeting. So basically,
okay.
I'm from South Africa. I'm Gabriella Abramson from South Africa. I was born and bred in Johannesburg, spent some years in KZN, came back to Johannesburg. That's my history.
Can you
I hope
direct other
that
members to
answers the
indicate?
question. Mr. Philemon?
Okay. I am Henry Philemon. I'm from Johannesburg, Edenvale. Yep. Thank you, honorable members.
Hi, honorable members. I am Wilfred Apluan. I'm born in Cape Town and I'm living in Durban now. Thank you.
Sister Andy?
Hi, Thandekile Mqadi from KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you.
I think that's all four, hey?
Chairperson.
Yes, sir.
Honorable Molotani.
Can I just make a final?
Can I just get something clear once and for all? I've left it. I don't know for whatever reason. But if we appear before Parliament, you appear before members of Parliament, and members of Parliament must be addressed properly. If we address members of Parliament, you either call a member Mr. Mtetwa or Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable Molotani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me just make my final. The reason I've asked where are the members, the panel members from? As we can see, we have 9 provinces in South Africa. And it can be right that all the members are from, majority of them, in fact, they are crisscrossing between Gauteng and KZN. That is why you find that in the poor provinces like Free State, you only find the approved companies are only for Northern Cape. They are only a small number. It can't be right, Chairperson. It can't be right. We need all the provinces to be present so that they can be able to raise the issues from the different provinces. South Africa is made of 9 different provinces, not only Gauteng and KZN. Lastly, Chairperson, on Dr. Kumal, DSEC asked SACO to do assessment of MGE. SACO made recommendation in 2023, and DSEC hasn't implemented those recommendations till today. That is the list of what I want to say that department doesn't respect us. The secretary of the portfolio they've sent a message to department to request the approved list somewhere on the 21st of April or of May. Today is the 2nd of June. We haven't received anything. If I can go on, Chairperson, it will take me hours. Let me thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a question of discipline and administrative, and we cannot, hold Dr. Kumalo accountable for not responding. But what we can do, we can ask Dr. Kumalo is for you to keep those accountable that actually, drop the ball in this situation.
She's the head of the department, Chairperson. Will always take everything to Dr. Kumalo. She's supposed to whip everyone who's reporting to her in order to respond to our questions. I will not go and talk to Mr. Zanyani straight. I will go to Dr. Kumalo, who's the head of the department.
Can I speak now, Honorable Molatan? We cannot hold Honorable Dr. Kumalo accountable for this. I myself are involved directly and engage and call the people involved. It is those down there. But what we will need from you, Dr. Kumalo, is really to start acting, because there's pressure within your department, immediate department, also that struggle to get information from these entities, and they are taking us for advantage. And we need to act. It's almost like, the observation from us is like they are being covered by the department. We need to act, because to prevent that we are acting in this fashion and in the way that we are acting now. So entities must really be requested to do and to act promptly when we want information. The Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to your good self, my colleagues, members of the Portfolio Committee and the department, as well as the support staff that is and all members that are present. Chair, let me start by welcoming the presentation. I've got few questions, but I look at the time now, but I will ask 4 questions or 5. My first question is on governance and compliance. The recommended applications register reveals at least 3 entities in final deregistration status. How does the department conduct entity verification before recommending projects? And what remedial steps are taken when deregistered entities are identified post-recommendation? 2, several recommended organizations have their physical addresses in provinces other than the ones under which they applied. Does the department verify physical addresses, address compliance as part of the adjudication process? And how does this affect the geographic distribution mandate? My other question is on budget and financial accountability. In 2025-2026, 17 projects are recorded as defaulters. They have not reported despite receiving first tranche payments totaling a significant portion of 83.5 million. what enforcement and recovery mechanism exist? And will these entities be blacklisted from future applications? My other question is on transformation and equity. The panel confirmed it deliberately sought representation of projects led by women and people with disabilities. Can the department provide a disaggregated breakdown of approved projects by gender of lead organization and by disability inclusion for both 2025, 2026, and 2026, 2027? My last question is with regard to the panel. You know, with regards to the panel, we must agree that panel members or board members, we must agree that indeed those board and panel will be led by what is this PA members, because if you can see, most of the boards are dominated by the PA members, of which is a serious concern, because seemingly this department is run by the PA members, especially on boards and panel members. My last question, Chair, is that why DSEC is not using its officials to adjudicate MGE applications? Why they take this out to the panel so that they can get stipends? Because the panel members, you can see that are PA members. I can see that maybe they are trying to assist the PA members to get stipend through the department, and it's a serious concern, Chair. I just want to check why are they doing that, and what are the skills set required, and how were they identified and appointed? What's the remuneration of that? But nje, a concern, Chair, it's very much serious about these boards that are full of PA members and panel. Thank you, and panels.
Chairperson.
Dr. Khumalo,
Chairperson.
is that a point of order, Honorable Daniels?
Yeah, Chairperson. I raised my hand a long time ago, but I understand that you got a lot on your hands. Chairperson, I just want to call order. And I need you to indulge me, Chairperson, because I'm expecting you to jump in and mute me. Chairperson, this GNU is 2 years old. If we go back pre-GNU, with all the different entities across the 6th administration, there's never been such a big appetite where the political affiliation of members serving on entities has been questioned.
That's not a point of order. That's a point of debate.
Wait, you've got a problem with the minister yourself, so I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the chairperson.
That is not the point of order.
Now, you see,
Honorable Daniels.
Chairperson, yeah,
Daniels.
I expect this win from the front, Chairperson. The problem is I want to
Daniels.
I want to on record state, I'm very happy when I see PA people serving on entities. When we came here,
that's wrong. That's
No,
wrong.
no,
That's
when we
wrong,
came here,
that's why you are wrong.
That's why
you are wrong.
100% black.
That's
Solid representation.
Yes.
You must stop your racist rubbish that you are doing. Rubbish.
This is not the
rubbish. Go to the law that says you must declare your political affiliation before you can apply for a job.
You cannot come
For a
here and
position.
bully us. No.
Go to hell, man. Go to hell. All of you. How I wish this meeting was live in person. How I wish this meeting was in person.
No, you must respect us.
You got a problem.
You can't behave like that.
Your mandate is You can't tell me what to do. You've got a
Honorable
problem with
Daniels,
colored people.
members,
You've got a problem with
cannot
modest
tell
people.
us. Insult us.
People
You can't tell me what to
you
do,
can go
but
to hell
you
with
must
yours.
respect us.
please
But you must
calm down.
respect us. But you must respect us.
Don't ever insult us.
Who do you think you are?
Don't ever insult us.
No, first and
Can you
foremost,
call an order
to Honorable
Daniels?
There are
Honorable
there are
members.
so many people for 32
Honorable
years.
Daniels,
From one party for 32
Honorable
years.
Daniels,
Now
can
everybody
you
has a
please
problem.
We must be
Honorable Daniels.
respected here. We're members of
Don't come
parliament.
here.
No,
Don't come
you
here.
can't
Portfolio
come and insult
Secretary,
us. You
please
can't do
mute
that.
Honorable Daniels.
Yeah.
Honorable members and Honorable Daniels. This portfolio committee is a committee where entities appear before us. I cannot dictate to members what to ask in these meetings. And the issue of board members or employees who belongs to certain parties, if those questions are being asked, it is not for us as members to respond to that, because all the members in this meeting belongs to various parties. If there are concerns, the minister, the deputy minister, the director is the responsible and accountable people for such concerns. We are not sitting here in our capacity as members of certain political parties. It may be so, but when we approach issues, that when it comes to accountability and concerns, those issues are not, and I'm not going to allow it to be debated on by members. I'm not going to allow it to be asked one member to another member. You must have your debate and political discussions in Parliament, not in the committee. We need responses. If a member asks and raises concerns, doesn't matter about what, that issue should be responded by the accountable office. So, Honorable Daniels, you are not the accountable office. We understand the political dynamics and the political background and who comes from which party, but we are not here for the sake of further any party political agenda. I cannot say outright that any member who's asking those questions do such, but the response must come from the responsible individuals. And I can do nothing as a chairperson of this portfolio committee in cases where a particular accountable officer, the minister or deputy minister, or even the DG is not present. We had issues where the DG was not present, where we were not satisfied. But it is incumbent on the accountable officials to be in this meeting. What happened now is not good for this country outside, because it is political matters amongst us. It should be about accountability. And I'm going to allow members to ask those questions. And those questions should not come from a response or a defense from members of this committee. The Honorable Nkosi has been done. I'm going to ask a response from the department.
Chair,
Yes.
before they respond,
Thank you for the calmness, honorable members.
Chair, before they respond,
Honorable
let me-
Nkosi, I'm not going to deal with the issue of what has transpired now. Honorable Nkosi, if you are going to have an input, please raise this input and concern if it's something to do of the
Chair,
MGE who's appearing.
No, Chair, I think I want to thank you for give direction in this matter. But Chair,
No,
I just
Honorable Nkosi, I'm not going to allow a debate. We are going
No, we are
now
not-
to have a
we are not-
rebuttal. We are going. You see, if I allow you, then I must give an opportunity again to the Honorable Daniels to respond. I call him to order. There was a big noise in this meeting, so it is calm now. Let us keep the calmness. Use your
Chair,
experience now, Honorable Nkosi, to assist me to keep the calmness.
I
The
do that,
Honorable
but
Nkosi has finished the question. Can I ask Dr. Kumalo to respond?
but Daniels is insulting us, Chair,
Dr.
when he's
Kumalo,
saying us
can
we
you
must go to
please
her.
respond?
And he must
Please,
do
Dr.
that, Chair.
Kumalo. Dr.
Thank you very
Kumalo, we
much.
are not going.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks to the questions from Honorable Nkosi. Before I ask the acting DDG to then respond to the specifics, let me just respond to two areas. The first area, or we would like to be given an opportunity, Honorable Nkosi, to then submit the disaggregated list as per the categories that you outlined. We've taken note of that list that reflects gender, disabilities, and the other categories. I would like also to just address the question on why the department itself is not doing the adjudication or the officials. I am made to understand that when this funding was initially received, that was the case, that was the process that was followed. However, there were many instances of suspected collusions between the officials and the applicants and other such concerns that were raised. As a result, this was then reviewed, and the exercise of using external members is to ensure the independence of the process and the transparency and exclusion of officials as much as possible. There are two officials that are involved in the process, not as adjudicators. It is the chief director or the acting chief director who is supposed to be there to provide quality or to ensure quality and efficient coordination, and the deputy director who has been indicated as writing exams today, who provides the secretariat, but they do not adjudicate. Acting DDG, if you could please address the other questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DG. The first question was the issue of the deregistered status of the organizations. What happens there, Honorable Nkosi, is the team that has been mentioned that deals with projects, they do that due diligence. Where it is found that the organization has been deregistered, they will not be receiving funding. So we'll have a case where we'd have to withdraw that approval. The department, in terms of defaulters, so the verification that happens, it happens after the publication of the list. It is not automatic that they will then receive the funding. If their things are not in order, they will not be disqualified in essence. The issue of the defaulters in the last MGE funding, what happened is there was a communication through the letters to organization that had not complied, where they were encouraged to submit reports and indicating the risk of losing funding, second tranche, due to non-compliance to reporting. So those were sent, but in addition to that, what then we do is working with our legal services, those then are transferred to legal services and they go through a process of recouping funds. So the legal service will assess, working with the state attorney in terms of the quantum of those funds that would need to be recouped from those applicants. And of course, in the next cycle, that is looked at in terms of funding, because we are not able to fund an organization that was non-compliant and did not submit reports. In terms of remuneration, also in terms of members, in addition to what DG has said, is there is a scale that is being used by the National Treasury, which then pays the panel members. I think those are the figures as well that we would have to submit in terms of at what scale are the panel members paid for each meeting that they sit in. I don't know. I think I've covered. If not, yeah.
Thank you, Honorable the Chair. You've been waited very long. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think it's maybe start with what the DGG just said. I think it's unacceptable that we have the people who are getting this stipends here and we're told we will be sent to us in writing. We do have the panelists here and the board members. They must tell us how much are they earning per sitting, per month, per quarter, or per year, whatever the case may be. I'm sure they are here. They should just tell us that it's unacceptable that the department wants to run around in circles with us as far as this is concerned. And I think, Chair, I'll leave it to you because I want to go quickly to my questions. Mrs. Abrams, you just said now that there was no issue on conflict of interest. Did I get you correctly? Did you just say that?
I said that as far as I have been informed by my panel members, none of us are affiliated with political parties. That is what I said.
No, the question was about conflict of interest. And you had said that there's no issue, but it's fine. Let's, if you want to run away from that one, it's okay. Let me ask you this question. What is your understanding of conflict of interest?
Conflict of interest is doing two things that contradict each other. Two
Okay, let
things
me
that
help
are
you.
too similar.
Let me help you. When the grant was advertised for the 2026-27, the process included one, disqualification grounds such as failure to disclose conflict of interest, failure to declare other funding, previous non-compliance, application by government employees or immediate family members, and application by non-South African entities or citizens.
Correct, sir.
Yes. So how many applications were flagged for potential conflict of interest in this instance?
So as far as what I'm concerned, a lot of the applications before they come to us are already taken out.
So you don't
As
know
far
how
as
many.
what
So you
our
don't know.
sitting was,
So
as
you
far as
don't
what
know how
our
many were
sitting was,
flagged.
now as far as what our sitting was, do you mean like how many we had to what's this?
Flagged.
Declare
Flagged.
how many were flagged?
Yes, flagged.
I wouldn't say more than 10.
Now, okay. Do you know the numbers?
I don't know the exact numbers, sir.
But you know there were entities were flagged.
Yes, I know that entities were flagged.
Okay. How many were disqualified for conflict of interest reasons?
I don't know any that were disqualified for conflict of interest reasons.
Okay. Did any of the approved beneficiaries have links to DSEC officials, adjudicators, public entities, or political office bearers?
Not that I am aware of.
Did you do that exercise?
Did we do that exercise of
Yes.
through each proposal check that they've got affiliations with whoever?
Yes.
That was supposed to be done by the department before it came to us. By the time it came to
I'm
us,
asking you, I'll ask the department, I'm asking you, do you know any of those? Nothing, you don't know, you did not do it.
no, not that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay. Mekumalo, how did DSEC verify the applicants were not government employees or immediate family members of government employees?
Mr. Tanyane. Honorable Member, can I ask Mr. Tanyane to respond to the question?
Okay. DG, quickly.
Thanks, DG. That's the process that is conducted after the names of the approved applications is done. And that is still underway, Honorable Member.
So you have not verified this process that these entities that you have awarded don't have any links to yourselves there in the department or immediate family members of government employees. You have not done so.
Yes, after that is done through DPSA website as well as CPIC to verify the directors of the companies before contracting is concluded.
Okay. So we'll want you to give us the conflict of register, the conflict of interest register in full for this funding cycle with personal information obviously protected where necessary, because we don't want to come back here and accuse you of lying to us. So the issue of how much they are being paid, can they please come back to us as a matter of urgency? Now, quickly, this the Mzansi Golden Economy was open on the 1st of February 2026, Ms. Abrams, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then do you know that the companies that entities that I'm going to call out now were registered just before, on the eve of the closing of this 1 February 2026. And actually, there's one I think that registered after. One, Kunjalo Aspiring Artist Foundation Enterprise, registered 16 January 2026. Kunjalo Music Legacy Foundation, registered 23 January 2026. All Things Sen, registers 21 January 2026. Action Speaks Louder Legacy, registers 28 January 2026. Flabber Foundation, registers 21 January 2026. Can you confirm or deny that these companies or some of them would have been or you have recommended that they must find expression in this window?
Okay, sir. So yes, we are aware of that, and there was, from the list that you just read, I think I'll have to go through my notes, but I think I recall one was funded.
Okay. And what is your comment there?
When we were looking at it, as a
Yes.
panel member, we looked at it. When it came to the final stage of adjudication, we looked at the director's ID, we looked at the documents of the CIPC, we looked at the SARS documents, we looked at the proposal. So we looked at all of these documents, and all of these were brought into question. So, like, for example, the Flabber Foundation, it could have been formed a while ago and they only registered it now.
What are you saying? Saying you advertise in December, in January I register a company, and then I submit a proposal, and then you don't look at possible conflict of interest as far as that is concerned?
No, we don't have possible conflict of interest where that is concerned. So that
Oh,
is
you
why
just told me that is the
to us
department that
discuss.
looks at it. No, you said to me, I asked you this question, you said the department must answer it. It's them
They
who
look
does it,
at
not
it
you.
beforehand. They
Yeah.
look at it beforehand. Before it gets to us, it's already gone through processes. So
Okay,
we
what
are
are you
like the
saying?
final process,
And then you are
right?
saying
So
you looked at the potential conflict of interest on this one.
yes. And what we, like I am saying to you, it could have been Flabber died in which year already, sir?
What are you
Quite
saying?
a few years ago.
Honorable,
I
let's see
think
here.
Flabber died quite a few years ago.
Just a second,
Maybe the foundation
Ms.
was
Abrams, just
formed
a
and not
second.
registered.
Honorable, let's see here. Thank you for bringing this matter up. The answer that we want, Ms. Abrams, do you think it is right? If someone opens a business now and you give a support, tell me what impact assessment or measurement are you doing when it comes to that funding and the outcomes? how many jobs? Let's take this particular case that the honorable member is mentioning. How much jobs has been created in that particular case?
I can't remember off the top of my head.
No. Then someone must tell us, Ms. Abrams. This is a very fresh case. The honorable member is making allegations 2-3 days ago, and the company has been opened. 2-3 days later, money has been allocated. What is that? Can you provide the details on the impact measurement that has been done and how many jobs? If you can tell us that 5,000 jobs has been created, the member can maybe will reason otherwise.
I
These
said, I
facts are
don't
not
remember.
coming forward.
I don't remember his proposal off by heart. Maybe I could say 80 jobs were created off the top of my head. I don't think it is right, sir, that you create a company after the deadline date has been set. I don't think it is right to answer that question of yours.
It's not right. It's not right. It does not speak to transparency. It does not speak to accountability. It's called misallocation of funds. Honorable, let's say, proceed.
No, thank you very much, Chair. The reality is that here we're dealing with people who go into these meetings with preconceived ideas on who is going to be. There are companies or entities who had submitted with track record of implementing programs with these entities. They were overlooked. A new company with no track record, with no history in the system is allocated. A company that has been registered few days before, and we are expected to take the answers that Ms. Abrams and the DDG are giving us, as if sometimes I sit back and listen to our officials in the department, how they answer us. They think South Africans are stupid because they think they are responding to us. They forget that these meetings are watched by millions of our people who have interest in these particular issues. And as we are speaking here, they will send us information as and when they want to mislead us. So maybe the last set of questions is that we've got repeat beneficiaries who applied in 2025 for the same things they applied for in 2026, and they were considered. And I want them to answer me honestly, because I think I've demonstrated to them that when we're asking these questions, we do have the responses, by the way, and we're going to then follow up, ourselves if they decide, to not tell us the truth using Section 14 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities Act of Provincial Legislatures and Parliament. I want them to listen to me very carefully before they answer. One, the repeat beneficiaries are cultural and creative industries. There's a Shia Entertainment CC, Foosbox Entertainment, G1 Solimakamu Channel, Black Samurai Entertainment, Ant Entertainment, etc. They are repeat beneficiaries from last year. Can they confirm that these people that I've just read, in 2025, they finalized all the project, they closed out the project that were given before they were considered for the 2026-27 financial year? Ms. Abrams.
So I can't confirm that.
Why?
Because I started on the 23rd of February. I started on the 23rd of February this year. As per the panel last year, I don't know the proposals that were presented before them. I don't know who they funded, so I can't give feedback regarding that.
So in essence, what you are saying to us, Yeah,
Let's give Mr. Mutale an opportunity, honorable member.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this issue of serial beneficiaries was also raised by Honorable Daniel. I can confirm that we had 1 or 2 cases. It is a valid concern. However, there is nothing in the guidelines that we used that prohibited people from applying again. So it is something that the department needs to look into. It is indeed a valid concern.
Yeah, Chairperson, I'm worried about time. I'm just closing now, and I know my time is probably up, but this is unacceptable. What Mr. Mutale is telling us now, it's actually unacceptable because he's telling us that if they appoint me a Litsia Entertainment Company in 2024, I don't complete the project. I can apply in 2025 and there's nothing they can do about it. Let's say that's the truth. In 2024, I don't finalize my project. In 2025, I don't finalize my project. They are saying to me, they are under no obligation in 2026 to say, hold on, before we award here, let's look at whether we don't have serial companies that have not finalized their projects. I mean, that is just a simple corporate government to say, let's look at if we are not going to be funding people on face value, because they have a fiduciary responsibility as board members and panelists to look at what is it that they are going to give, who are they going to give this public money to. So if they are telling us today they were under no obligations, then they don't know their job. And I think probably in the next meeting, where I want to suggest that we must have a closed session and in-committee meeting only members to deal also with some of our behaviors in public meetings. We must speak about this. What do we do to people who don't take their fiduciary responsibility very serious? Because these are public funds, and I don't think we must just say, no, when you just knew, we're not there year before. That's
Honorable Litsia, sorry for that. Can I refer the question to DSEC? Maybe they'll be able to answer us better.
No, I'm not asking a question. I was making a statement, and I'm done, Chairperson. I'm suggesting that we refer this matter to our in-committee, where we'll talk about what are we going to do to people who don't respect their fiduciary responsibility like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Letsie. I'm now going to call upon the Honorable Mbio.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Chair, can I switch off my video?
It's fine, you may.
Okay, thank you. Chair, I don't want to waste time, but Chair, I want to agree with the issue of the risk of double dipping and repeat of beneficiaries. One concern in public arts funding is whether the same organizations repeatedly receive funding across DSEC, Provincial Department, municipalities, the National Arts Council, and other public entities. Chair, one is how many approved beneficiaries have previously received MGE funding? Two, did DSEC check whether approved beneficiaries also received funding from other government institutions for the same project? What systems are in place to prevent organizations from receiving duplicate funding from different government programs? Did the department cross-check beneficiaries with the National Arts Council provincial funding database before approving a funding? The last one, Chair, what is the department's policy on a repeat beneficiaries, and how does it ensure that new applicants also get opportunities? Thank you, Chair.
The department.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member Mbio. Acting DDG, please.
Thank you, TG. The issue of the repeat beneficiaries, what happens is if they have not complied, the stage where the department does verification, it is picked up, and those would not necessarily be given funding. There's also a list of those that have defaulted that sits with our legal services, excuse me, as well, where when at that stage they are able to pick that up if they are submitted to say these have not qualified. The issue of checking with the NAC, I will ask that the city maybe assist on that one to check if that process, the project managers do go through that process before I say something which is contrary to that. But the adjudication panel, as they do in terms of following through, they use the guidelines in terms of adjudicating. So at the time when they are adjudicating, they would not have a list of the previous funded projects that the department has funded. It may be that's something that needs to be looked at so that they are supplied and they know that there are applications that have received funding before from the department and the status thereof. City, if maybe you could assist in terms of the NAC, the other funding that comes from the NAC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members. Thank you, DG and DDG. As far as I'm aware, the checks and balances like cross-checking with the NAC and stuff, it's not conducted at the point when the applications have been approved. In this current cycle, that cross-checking was not undertaken.
What does the policy say in all of this? I'm trying to get to Honorable Etienne's concerns and questions also, when they do verification, that all of a sudden someone who's just registered yesterday is now been all of a sudden approved. Is there policy on this?
Well, as that the panel would look at the MGE guidelines and make a recommendation. But once those have been done, the department to do that verification, and in case there are no exclusion in the MGE guidelines, there would then be no basis to exclude, because the funding itself does not allow individuals to apply. So I would say that the policy basically is silent on that, because we don't allow individuals to make applications. It has to be an NPO or NPC. So it happens that creatives register before they can make application. They register those companies before they can make applications. So the policy in that instance is not explicit, is silent on that one.
If you look at the electronic wires there are concerns about the verification. So in terms of, there's two things that I want an answer here: manpower and also the verification of the first round of verifications. What are the duration of that first round?
Chair, the first round after they've been published, after the names have been published.
Yes.
Yes, it also is influenced by the number of staff that we have, because MGE was working with contract workers who then sit on the computer to check for the information either through DPSA website or CPIC, and also other follow-ups. So it does take maybe I'm not sure if Ndomiso can be able to supply us with the time frame, who's a project manager who works exactly with the projects, if you can give an estimation.
Okay, that's fine. What is the first round after the application are received?
The first round is the one that is compliance, if I understand you, Chair. When they submit the application within the portal, that then the portal then would then that indicate that there's documents that have not been submitted. So those would be responded as and when they apply, and they don't even get to the adjudication panel, because that's a compliance-based rejection.
Okay, I'm going one step back. It's very interesting, this debate. In terms of the filter of application, are you in a position to see the new bonnets, the ones that is applied yesterday, the issue of honorable, let's say, as mentioned? Are we saying that the department has seen those before it go to the panel? It has been stated that the department, I think if I understood Dr. Kumalo right, it has been stated that the first round, that the department filters the application before they go to the panel. But we just see we don't see changes. The department is now involved. We're happy for that, but the outcome is the same. So the applications, the ones that Honorable Letzi is mentioned, is the department seeing that? Difficult questions, Mr. Sibusiso.
Maybe I'm not understanding it quite well, Chair. My colleagues can help me if they understand before I answer wrongly.
Okay, who's going to throw a lifeline?
City, would you assist on that one?
Is someone throwing a lifeline?
Okay, can I come in? Yes. Can I come in?
Yeah.
The first round of verification, which is referred to as a step one process, that is the one when immediately after a person has applied, it would not pick up things like repeat applicants and the such and such. But what it bases the disqualification on is whether or not there are outstanding required compliance documents that are attached, incorrect or invalid attachments, because there are attachments that are supposed to go with section B of the application. Applications that are received after the closing date, the system would immediately kick those out. So that's an immediate disqualification. I'm just mentioning another amongst others. And a project that falls outside a domain or a genre, for instance, the applications would specifically indicate, or the guidelines would indicate, that the film sector is actually not part of the funded categories. So as indicated, I'm here with the team that would deal with these things hands-on. I thought they would then come in with this. So that's the first round. But things like what Honorable Letsia was raising would not actually be picked up at that particular step one process. But he is correct, because I think, I'm not sure whether it was Honorable Letsia or another member who also spoke to the fact that when there are people that have not met the full reporting requirements in the previous financial year, are we not at risk of actually funding those people the following financial year? And I think my answer there would not, it should not be, I don't want to say it doesn't happen, but it should not happen, Chairperson, because yes, the Chairperson Abrams is correct. They would not know that as a panel members, but the officials in the MGE space where they are project managers would know that. But the process would only be picked up on the second step of verification, not the initial step of verification. So those are enhancements, Chairperson, that I'm taking personally from what the members are saying, because as part of documentation that is used during induction, that's my view, Chairperson, based on what has been said, we need to provide that information because we do have that list. That's the list that was in one of the slide presentations, and there is no reason why we should not be giving it to, but we are not currently. That's the point we are raising. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Kumalo. Point noted. Honorable members, we have 17 minutes left. I only have the Honorable Khabo left. I still see two hands, the Honorable Malatsani and the Honorable Tetwa. It's clear that in terms of our engagements on issues of this nature, the time is really restricted. I'm going to give
You don't see
I'm
my
going
hand.
to give an opportunity to the Honorable Khabo to deal with his question. Some of us is still going to the dome. Some will be here. But we need further engagements on this issue. This is very important issue, and this issue, touch to the heart and the mind and the souls of the sector. The Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks for the opportunity. Let me just shoot straight. Chairperson, sitting here is like we are watching a movie. It's like we are watching a grand heist where there is a serious collaboration between departmental officials and the panel. And through my deliberations, I'm going to prove as to why I'm saying that this is a grand heist that we are seeing, Chairperson. Number one, before I run out of time, Chairperson, I think we must all agree that as a committee, we must reject the outcomes of the MGE results because of clearly the process was not transparent. The process was open for abuse, manipulation, and corruption. And through my deliberations, I'm going to demonstrate, but I thought it is quite important that one must raise that issue. Secondly, one must agree with the recommendation that the 54 million allocation must not be concluded up until some of these issues, especially on and around the panels that are being appointed through this tendency of the Minister of handpicking individuals without any transparent process. Thirdly, Chairperson, we must agree that we would not embrace or agree with any process that seeks to undermine the accountability framework that is in place. Chair, I'm raising this because of part of the in-committee that would also want to request we discuss this issue and this continuous behavior of some honorable members who, in their own thinking that they are honorable, they are ministers. Chair, it can be correct that, and I would like you to engage on this matter. It cannot be correct that on this platform, Honorable Malen will tell us to go to hell, all of us, and that matter is left unattended. I would request you during the in-committee to make a ruling on that matter, Chairperson. The 2025-2026 adjudication panel, it has always been our view and belief that it has been handpicked by the minister because of political proximity. That one is a fact that has been confirmed in this meeting. And it is for that reason I'll also recommend that as this committee must resolve on dragging the minister to the ethics committee for appointing people unilaterally without any transparent process, an open process that is consistent with the framework of good governance in this country, Chairperson. Now, I would want to check with the DG for the 2026-2027 panel. Now that we know the 2025-2026 was handpicked by the minister, how was the panel appointed, DG?
Thanks, Honorable Khabo. We still followed a process as outlined in the policy, Honorable Khabo, which basically talks about identification of
DG, my process
people.
is simple. Let me simplify my question. Did you have any advert that is placed in public so that any South African that is eligible in line with your requirements or qualifications to apply, where they will get an opportunity. Unlike the 2025-2026, where it has been proven that there was no transparent process, rather the minister made use of his phone book contacts to identify people, let alone those that are close to him through the political party that is leading. Was there any advert placed on a newspaper or on any public platform?
No, Honorable Member, there was no advert.
There was no advert. Was there any requirements set aside on what is needed from a candidate? Part of it, apart from the background in the creative arts, a background in terms of management or public administration?
But from the knowledge and the competence in the space of CCI, the other area is economic and commercialization background. That is what the policy outlines.
So does the policy say that the minister must not conduct any transparent process?
No, it doesn't necessarily say that, Chair,
Okay.
but Honorable
Okay.
Member, but also
Okay.
it doesn't
Not a problem,
prescribe.
DG. Not a problem,
Okay.
not a problem. As a Director General of the department, an intellectual from one city, and a person who's quite aware of the good governance principles, why would you allow the minister to run a process that you know very well contradicts key principles of good governance?
The process, Honorable Member, doesn't contradict the developmental funding and transfer policy of the department. So there was no deviation by this current minister from that policy provisions, which have actually been followed by all the other ministers when implementing this particular policy.
No, I'm
I
not
do
interested.
agree with you.
No. You don't fall into a
Can
trap.
I just go?
I'm not
Okay.
interested on previous ministers. I was not a portfolio committee member at that time. Those who were members of the portfolio committee who never held previous ministers accountable, that cannot be my responsibility. However, it is my responsibility now to hold the minister accountable. And it cannot be right that the impression that has been created by the minister and reaffirmed in this meeting by Honorable Daniels that if you are not a member of the Patriotic Alliance, it becomes difficult for you to form part of these panels. That's why I'm asking you the process. Now let me go to the next issue, DG. Your legal service, before the announcement of these panels and committing the state on people that would oversee 110 million grant on behalf of the state, you know, from where I'm sitting, I see this as an act, an immoral way of, stealing the funds of the public. It's quite immoral. And I would like you to make me understand this process. DG, let me take you to, firstly, before I go to the guidelines, was there any legal advice provided to the minister before the pronouncements were made on the appointment of the panel? DG?
Yes, there was a legal opinion issued on the 16th of February, Honorable Member.
On the 16th of February?
Yes.
Now, the legal advice, was it confirming that the actions of the minister of handpicking people, is it right according to the legal opinion? Can you please share that legal opinion with the portfolio committee?
Yes, I can share it right away. I'm actually looking at it.
Not a problem,
It does. Oh, okay.
Not a problem. Now that you are going to share it, it's not a problem. Let's go to the MGE guidelines of 2026-2027. And let me go to this section so that I make a reference to what I'm talking about. 2.4, attachments required for application. Item 4, under private public companies, including non-profit organizations, portfolio of experience. That is number one issue that I want to highlight with you. I also want to take you to section F, processing of applications, the adjudication process 6.1. The verification of online application. DSEC officials will verify all applications before adjudication. The following applications will be immediately disqualified. Applicants with outstanding required compliance documents, applicants with incorrect, invalid attachment as per the required compliance. Just the two issues. How is it that we are able to have companies that are non-compliant but still funded? The other issue that I would want to clarify, I would get to the part of the panel, because I believe from the panel, there is work that has been done firstly by the officials of the department. And then their report will then be submitted to the panel for process. Now, let me deal with the role of the department, because I believe that most of the things could have been corrected. Part of the, let me go to the adjudication process. I've identified two issues that speaks directly to the adjudication process that should be conducted by the officials of the department. Why is it that through the report that was submitted to the panel, because that's what the panel is arguing, you had companies that first and foremost were registered 2 days before the closure of the date. Secondly, you've got companies that do not have any experience in relation to the grant. Thirdly, you've got some of the companies that are unable to be located in terms of areas of expertise. Why is it that the department, because apart from the system that you are speaking of, the guideline speaks of officials that will run the verification process. Why is it that they've been unable to do that? And can you kindly take us into confidence in line with the requirements of the guidelines? Who are those officials that conducted that process? DG?
Thanks, Honorable Member. I think Acting DDG would be best positioned then to respond to those specific questions. Acting DDG.
Thanks, DG. There is a team that works on MGE, which is led by Ms. Alabi, who is not with us today in the meeting. That's the team that is doing that verification.
Can you give us the names of the officials? You know, the reason why we request the names and the reason why we request panel members to show their face, because we want South Africans to know that these are the people who are taking wrong decisions. These are the people who are deciding to disregard the prescripts of the guidelines deliberately to serve their personal interests. So we would want those names to be provided. And DDG, explain to us, as a person who must oversee that process, how is it possible that you've got companies that have been disregistered, companies that have just been registered 2 days before the closure of the grant application? How is it possible that this thing, would I be right to conclude that there is an unholy relationship between officials of the department, including the panel members, and some of the service providers who are continuously receiving this grant? Would I be right to conclude that?
Personally, Honorable Member, I would not concur with the notion. Simply because we have responded that although the list has been published, adjudicated by the panel, there is still that verification that happens, which is done by the project managers who check all that.
DDG, my simple question, let me simplify it. You've got a responsibility for due diligence. After the team, I would want you to provide us the names of those team members who have conducted that process. You've got a responsibility to play due diligence after your subordinates have conducted a particular task or activity that you have given them. And in this case, we are sitting with a report that demonstrates that your officials that reports to you, including your good selves, you have failed to identify that companies, some of the companies that have applied are companies that firstly are deregistered, companies that have just registered 2 days before the closure, And thirdly, some of these companies have been proven not to be even related to the activities of creative arts. And my question to you is that how is it that possible that when officials have personally verified the work, then you get these outcomes? Would I be right to conclude that there is an unholy relationship between officials and the panel members, including some of these applicants? Then if I'm not right, how is it possible that, let alone the human error, how is it possible that you are sitting with more than five companies that has only registered 2 days before, when you have companies with an experience of more than 10 years within the sector, who has been rejected, whose application has been rejected simply because of their ID copies have expired a day before? You are not even arguing the proposal that is not in line with your requirements. You are raising petty issues, but you've got more than five companies that have been identified as beneficiaries. My question to you, how is it that possible? And having realized that these people have failed their fiduciary duties, what is it that you have done to these officials? What consequence management have been applied to these officials ever since the story broke out in public that indeed through the panel and some of your officials, you've got companies that have benefited from the Mzansi golden economy when they've only registered 2 days before the closure of the application that has been opened? Can you make us understand that thing? It has been, there are allegations that some of these people that are benefiting from this grant is people that are owning companies. Some of these people are related to you. Some of these people are people that you have went to school with, of which we will not have any proof to prove that. But here we've got proof that there is a company that has just been registered 2 days before. DG, explain to us, make it understandable. The last explanation that you have provided does not make sense, DG. Maybe someone must tell you this thing. And don't take us for a ride, including your staff members. It's not that we are stupid or we don't understand what is our responsibility. We do know our responsibility and we've conducted our own research. Make us understand. Why is it that part of your appeals process, why is it that you are unable even to get or create a space for people to submit documents that were required to be submitted? Chairperson, I'm raising all of these things because of it's clear that the process was not transparent, Chairperson. It's clear that the process was open for abuse, and I'll wait for the DG to make an input in relation to that. Thank you.
Dr. Kumalo?
Thanks, Chair. I thought the DDG was the one who was responding. DDG, can I allow you, please?
Yes,
I
thank
see.
you.
Okay,
Thank
sure.
you, DG. I wanted to also request, Chair, that the project managers also come in on this one. And I see that Kia is also in the meeting. I didn't realize earlier on that she has managed to join. If we can assist in terms of responding to that issue of the due diligence, where there are these five companies that are being mentioned. Gia, if you can come in, and maybe Ndomiso will also add on that one. Thank you. Over to you, Gia.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon, Chair, DG, senior management. I think what I will speak to is the verification process. That process usually looks at whether the documents that were supposed to be submitted were submitted. It doesn't really look into the content of it. So if it says that there has to be, for instance, hello? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, but you broke earlier.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, I was saying that like if you're supposed to have a SARS document, if the SARS document was submitted, it is done by our contract workers. But what I would like to say in terms of the companies, the new companies being registered, I think at this current time, members, the policy is silent on how old the companies should be. We also have people who call in. I think one of the things is that usually organizations like NAC, they allow even individuals to apply. So we will have people coming in, calling the call center and saying, can they apply as an individual? And we will say, no, you cannot
Chairperson,
apply
can
as an
I call
individual.
order? Chairperson, can I call order? I've made a reference to the guidelines, which requires a company or an applicant to demonstrate that he or she or the company has the necessary experience.
Oh,
Now,
yes.
if you are saying that the policy is silent on the number of years that the company must be having, you are contradicting yourself or you're contradicting the guidelines. Because the guideline says that you must be able to prove there is experience. Now, how would you prove that you have got experience in relation to the creative arts or in relation to the proposal that you have submitted when you have only registered your company for 2 days? And here the application dictates that your company must be compliant, and part of the compliance, it must be registered. And when you have registered in 2 days, how are you going to have an experience that this company? And that's why I said that we've cited more than 5 companies that has only registered 2 days before the closure of the date. That's why I'm calling order, because it's a contradiction on its own. How are you going to then appoint a company that does? I'm saying there is a company that has been appointed that does not have experience, and yet you are saying that the policy is silent on the number of years that the company should be having. That's why I'm calling order.
Okay, Chairperson, through you. When I say the number of years, I mean registration, but it does require a person to have an experience in the sector. Remember, experience is gathered in many ways. There are other people who could be part of other companies, or you have your own resume or your profile, you've been part of a production house and you want to branch away. It doesn't take away, you will still have, you could have 20 years in experience, but have a company that's only registered for 1 day. So that portfolio of experience speaks to the resume of the
Chair,
artists themselves and the experience
order,
that they
Chair.
would have.
Order, Chair. We can't allow this. We can't allow to be taken for a ride, Chair. Part of corporate governance, Chair, requires one to mitigate against the risk. You are dealing with public funds. You cannot take high risk. Even banks, Chair, they do due diligence before they loan you money. They have to check if you are not a high risk. You can't take somebody who's registered 2 days before the closing date and make that a company that has profile. You even require from artists when you open these applications, you require the artist to provide profile and posters of shows that they have done. So it's part of due diligence. Please don't take us for a ride, please.
Let me do the following. Honorable members, let me first thank Honorable Khabu for bringing the issue, raising the question of Honorable Daniels that allegedly say you can go to hell. Now, it was quite noisy, and the atmosphere was like, attending a soccer match or rather a circus. I did not hear the Honorable Member Daniel said so. But firstly, I want to ask Honorable Daniels as to whether the Honorable Daniel says go to hell, and to whom did he say that? Honorable Daniels?
Chairperson, Mr. Daniels is no longer in the meeting, Chair.
Well, for the record purpose, we will on the next meeting ensure and make sure that
Chairperson, to avoid a dialogue, with all due respect, these meetings are being recorded. Honorable Daniels has said, go to hell, all of you. I would request the chair to listen to the recording and make a ruling and present a ruling in the next portfolio committee meeting. With all due respect, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Khabu. I will do so. In this next meeting, I will make a ruling. Is precisely what I wanted to do now. And if Honorable Daniels has denied that, I will then request him to do so. Now, I actually left the best for last. Dr. Kumalo. We have to play our oversight role, and it's really not personal. Members has asked a lot of questions here, and I want after this meeting that the department must come back to this committee and either to affirm or deny the following. I'm going to read to members the policy when it comes to MGE and approved panels. Page 19 on the policy that I'm having in front of you pertaining to funding policy says as follows, 7.5, page 19. Funding adjudication committees. There will be 2 funding adjudication committees, namely the Mzansi Golden Economy, MGE Funding Adjudication Committee, and the Cultural Development Funding Adjudication Committee for line function sector specific proposals. MGE Funding Adjudication Committee. The Funding Adjudication Committee will deal specifically with MGE Open Call and unsolicited strategic applications outlined in the paragraphs above. There may be 1 or more committees based on the various MGE work streams. Each committee must consist of the following 5 members: an external chairperson of the committee, 3 external members from the department's entities and or government, arts and culture and heritage departments, 1 internal member from the department with preference to senior managers but not excluding middle managers. The committee will co-operate with 3 members, the chairperson and any 2 members. Chief Director of the Cultural Development will serve an oversight role to assure quality and efficient coordination of the adjudication committee. The Deputy Director MGE will serve as the secretariat of this committee and will among other things be responsible for preparation and circulation of minutes of the committee to all members. Members of the committee will be appointed by the Director General of the department, acting or otherwise. Appointment of members to the committee will be for a maximum term of 2 years, which may be renewed by the Director General, acting or otherwise, for 1 additional term only. For duration of the appointment, external members may not apply for any funding whatsoever from the department. All members must recuse themselves from the adjudication in the case of a project from an applicant who is a member of their family or personal friend. External members from the government institution and entities will not be remunerated. So I want to give the right to reply to Dr. Kumalo now and also in writing. And then I want to deal with the appeal by the Honorable Khabo in terms of rejection, but I can't remember the wording. But I'm reading from a document called the Arts and Culture Promotion and Development Funding and Transfer Policies. These are serious concerns raised by members on what has transpired for the years 2025, 2026, and also 2026, 2027 in the case of all this discussions. I want to raise my serious concerns on how things unfold when it comes to the MGE and our contribution as Parliament and towards the sector for this. I am not aware, members, whether this policy has been reviewed, whether there is any revised white paper, whatever you want to call it. And if so, whether that is in line. So I'm not too sure up until when this policy is valid. We need some answers in this response, and whether my understanding as the chairperson of the portfolio committee is right, that of what I read now, that it seems more out of this deliberations that the panels is not constituted in terms of the policy. I don't want to waste the time of members because we still have a sitting pending. Some of us is going to Parliament as I'm speaking. So there is now, from the committee and the inputs, serious concerns on the funding and adjudication committees as far as the Mzansi golden economy is concerned. In terms of this extensive meeting, I would like to invite members to send, before Wednesday, send the necessary proposals and recommendations so that we can urgently discuss this with the final document for this committee to be completed. So if these panelists that is present here, both the past and the present, are not from entities, then the outcomes of the adjudication, according to my weeny little plate, I would argue, Dr. Kumalo, that the adjudication will be nullified, I suppose. Is there any response from you, Dr. Kumalo?
Yes, Chair. The policy that you just read from, in terms of the paragraphs that you were reading, is not the current version, Chairperson. I am, as this meeting concludes, together with the legal opinion that Honorable Khabo asked for, I am going to send to yourself and the members through the Secretariat the version that applies, which is dated 18th of March in 2025. That is the Virgin Chair, and what you just made reference to is not as outlined in the current policy that we are utilizing. But I will send it as immediately the meeting finishes, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. Is there any? Thank you for that rectification. If it is so, Dr. Kumalo, I would want to take your word in that regard. And perhaps if you can also give us the necessary documentation in that regard. I'm going to give the members who's raising their hands now, I'm going to give you each the least 2 minutes. Honorable Eugene Mtekwa.
Sorry, Chair. I think we are at the end. I don't think that we can really go further with this discussion. What I wanted to check, in fact, what I wanted to confirm is that when DG said that these companies are verified, I wanted to present the first company on CCI. I mean, the department has presented us with what is written as final list of those that have been approved. The first one in that list is a deregistered company. I'll tell you now the name of the company because I'm already in Parliament. It is called Brandon PITT Illustrations, private company. AR final deregistration, and it is number 1 on the list of those that are on the final list that were given. Unless that final list doesn't mean it's a final list, it's still gonna be looked at. I don't know what it is, but to be honest, it's not Ioba. Doesn't tell. I mean, these things are not clear to all of us. They must go back and come back and tell us what is it that we need to. And I want to appreciate and thank all the members of the portfolio, the diligence in how you interrogate situations. You make me proud to be a member of this portfolio committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, the Honorable
I'm with
Nkosi.
Daniel. I'm with Malon.
Thank you very much.
Honorable
Honorable
Nkosi.
Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Mine is just a comment with regards to the answering of questions by Mayfro Abrahams. When Honorable Litsia asked her a question, she said she won't provide an answer because she was not there by the time she came on February. I just want to say to her, in future, she must not do. When you come to whatever a workplace or wherever you are employed or whatever you are appointed, she must know that it's her baby to make sure that she gets the information so that she can avoid that I was not there. When you are there, you must know that you are inheriting anything or everything of that institution. So in future, she must not come and tell us as the portfolio committee that I'm not going to be able to provide an answer because I was not there. That is my comment, Chair. Thank you so much.
The Honorable Potgieter.
Thank you, Chairperson. If we can also get, because I'm a little bit surprised that the safeguards that were put into that particular policy in 2022 were then removed and changed in the beginning of 2025, which enabled what has happened. And I'm trying to understand, why would you remove the safeguards from policy that protects you against, all of these nonsensical things? So if we can possibly get a reasoning, including the new document, but the reasoning behind and the discussions and possibly the minutes that led to that policy being changed, because I think a fundamental flaw has happened here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Potgieter. The Honorable Molatani.
Chairperson, thank you very much. The only thing that I want to express is my recommendation, Chairperson, that entity compliance verification before payment. Before any 2026-27 first tranche payment is made, the departments must conduct a final CIPC-BIS portal compliance sweep. Chairperson, I'm humbly requesting the department, because I know they are going to do what we are not what we've not said. They are going to pay it, whereas we are saying that they mustn't pay that 54 million before they complete the sweep compliance. Please, Chairperson. Lastly, Chairperson, I want to reiterate further on the issue I was talking about regarding the non-response of the department as well as the Federation, Chairperson. The last meeting that we had on the 30th of March, 30th or 31st of March with Athletics South Africa, there are things that we've requested from the department as well as Athletics South Africa, specifically from the department. Till today, we haven't received anything. One, we had a meeting with Cricket South Africa. There are things that we've requested from the department. Till today, we haven't received any from what we've requested from the department. The last Friday, which we had our meeting, I think we were discussing the MOU. Also on that meeting, there are things that we requested from the department, specifically from the CFO. Till today, we haven't received anything. So I'm still saying it. Dr. Kumalo is the head of the department. If there is any person that we are always going to hammer in the department, it will be Dr. Kumalo. So it's either they start to respond to us now, or they must tell us that they won't be able to respond to us at all. Then we can be able to move forward, knowing where we are standing. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. I agree, Honorable Molotani. Before I'm going to give Honorable Khabo his opportunity, I want to go one step back because it was Honorable Potgieter now tempted me to ask this question. Now, when it comes to policies, Dr. Kumalo, it is normally reviewed after 3 years, if I'm right. So, if it's stated by you, Dr. Kumalo, that this one was reviewed in 2025, the question arises that why after 2 years? Because normally policies are reviewed after 3 years. Is there any response, Dr. Kumalo?
Yes, Chair. In the policy itself, the very last paragraph, which is paragraph 9, says this policy will be revised biannually, depending on whichever comes first. So that's the clause that is contained in the policy itself, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you.
And you will
Honorable
see it as I
Khabo?
send it to you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Can you also provide members perhaps with the new policy?
Yes, Chair, that's the one I'm going to send now with the legal opinion. Thank you.
But when they review policies, is it not an opportune moment to also send it then to the various, role players or stakeholders, which we are one? Just thinking aloud.
Yes, Chair, I do note that what you're saying, yeah, I noted.
Thank you. The Honorable Khabo?
No, Chair, mine was, I think we have covered it when you spoke of us submitting recommendations in relation to issues that we have been raising. I thought it's quite important that the due diligence that the DG must play before the transfer is done or the payment, because according to the process, they are saying that they are paying in trenches. And we have already proven that some of these companies are either deregistered, have just been or have just recently been registered. I would request that the DG, before the other trench is being paid, they must play their due diligence, because we are going to hold them accountable and responsible for any send that has been sent to companies that are ghost or either not compliant. Chairperson, and other things I will send them in writing. Thank you very much.
Yeah, please, the Honorable, please, thank you, Honorable Khabo. Honorable members, can we please send the questions, send some of the recommendations so that it can be taken up for the minutes, and it also that we can send it to the Office of the Department Sports, Arts and Culture in order to get the necessary responses. With that said, I want to thank the department. I also want to thank the two panels and the board members that has been so kind to give us the necessary responses on what has been asked by the honorable members. And with that said, honorable members, I declare this meeting as adjourned.
Lord